Alright, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. The game is so freaking loud on my end. It's like, holy crap. I kind of have to like turn down the audio a little bit on the mixer because it looks like it's about the same level as my mic. And it's kind of it's kind of distracting, not gonna lie, but hopefully the balance is okay. Anyway, hey everyone, my name is Ruka, and welcome to another stream of Shibuya Scramble. 428 Shibuya Scramble, which I wanted to say Shibuya Scramble 428. I don't know, it feels like what do you call this? It flows better with a number at the end, but technically the 428 is at the front and not at the end. And I do not know why I keep on calling it Shibuya Scramble 428. It's kind of like the 901 in Shibuya. If you don't know what the 901 is, apparently it's this, I don't know what to call it, shopping mall slash tower that is extremely prominent in Shibuya. And I don't remember if I've actually ever gone into it before. I remember going into Shibuya one time, a couple of times actually, but this one particular time, going in there, just roaming around to see what's up, and went into a random building, as you would probably do in Tokyo anyway, and saw a bunch of boutique shops, which I don't know if that is something that the 109 has, or is what the 109 mostly sort of brand name stuff, obscure Japanese brand name stuff, which they seem to have a lot of. I mean, I say obscure, but if you are in any particular fashion circles like the LULdog stuff or the gyaru stuff or what have you, something really fashionable for girls specifically, then you might know some of these other brands. But I'm kind of like, all right, I don't know what a hot pink is. I don't know what this other stuff that I can't even remember. I could make up names that might actually, it still might be correct. I know Womb is a brand in Japan somewhere. I think I remember seeing that in Odaiba, but you would think Womb is a maternity clothing store. No, it's not. It actually seems more like a very low-key, a very low-key dress shop. I say dress shop, I don't mean fancy dresses. I mean like regular clothing store, mainly for women. Again, but still, not exactly what I would expect. And I don't know if Korea is as bad as this with the random naming sense. But they certainly do have quite a few weird shop names in malls in Japan. So it's like, I think the weirdest name I've seen in Korea, just going around, walking around, looking for stuff, was Fat Today. And Fat Today, if you guessed Fat Today was anything related to food, you would be absolutely right. Because Fat Today is actually, what is it? It's a coffee shop. It's a coffee shop stall, and it has actually some pretty decent drinks, though I feel like I overpaid a little bit for the tea, and the tea bag that they use. I thought they were going to be using like loose leaf tea to make some of the drinks, but apparently they use tea bags, and the tea bag apparently burst open because it's not like a tea bag with a string on it. At least I don't remember if it was. It's like one of those tea bags you tear from a line of other tea bags. kind of like the black tea you would see in the UK, or at least some black teas that you see in the UK, the Yorkshire tea specifically, because that's what I'm drinking right now. Yorkshire tea is actually pretty good. It's made me not drink my jasmine tea for the longest time. I mean, it's not bitter. Yorkshire is like the least bitter black tea I've ever had, and it's actually quite a joy to drink compared to the jasmine tea that I've been drinking for the past never. For the past never, because it's so bitter that it just makes me not want to drink it. I'm starting to like black tea more than I like green tea. I don't know what that says about me, but I have a friend to thank for that, to introducing me, gifting me and several people some black tea that you can find in the grocery store, which is great. Which is great. Though I guess they have like better, now I say better, more expensive blends that don't really seem to be much different from the regular one, from all accounts anyway. Enough about that. Today we are coming back to Shibuya Scramble 428, and we finished, I'm assuming, either chapter 2 or chapter 3 last time, depending on how you look at it. It's basically the 12 o'clock to the 1 p.m. Block, and now we're in the 1300 to 1400 block, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. And several developments have happened as far as the story, so we'll do a really quick review of what's happened. Tama, our beloved cat Tama, we kind of saw a little bit of what she looks like outside of the costume, except you can't really see her face, but from the back at least, she looked pretty cute. What situation she brought herself into right now? Oh yeah, through no fault of her own, apparently the diet drinks that she was supposed to be selling got accidentally hoisted off by the recycling people, and thankfully enough, the recycling people realized their mistake and brought it back to where they are while they were searching for it. However, due to some unseen circumstances, the box of diet drinks was used to fend off some people by Achi over here, our other protagonist, and the diet drinks predictably all were broken into tiny little pieces, and there is no diet drinks left to sell. So that's gonna be a pickle for Tama. Speaking of Achi over here, last time we saw him, I think we saw him with the gunman with a cane that was chasing him, and the girl he's with, I think Minori was his name. I keep on forgetting her name. Minori, I think. Not Minorikawa, but anyway, we'll just call her the girl, because until we can get a name again. Basically, the gunman who seems to show up everywhere, and he has a cane, by the way, so you lose him and then he shows up very shortly in the next spot. And the cane seems to be a real thing, but it's like he's teleporting, or at least predicting where they're going. So like, there's like a couple of things on my mind. It's like, how is he doing this? Either there's a tracker on one of them, on the girl or him, but it could also be Achi from the future, question mark, not entirely sure if that's a thing in this game. But Gunman seems to know Achi, and Gunman says the girl will be better off gone for Achi's future. So I have no idea what that's about. So I think that's where we left him last. Kano, on the other hand, Kano Where was Kano last time? Okay, so Kano was trying to catch the people with this suitcase, which he knows is a bogus thing to do to begin with. But he tried to do that, caught one of them, and I guess there's this foreigner from the US, the US Embassy of all places, that looks very much like Agent K from the Men in Black. For some reason, he's now involved, and Kano is now with that guy. I think Stanley was his name, but he basically looks like someone from the Men in Black. And he's no longer chasing attaché cases, thankfully. But now he's got himself mixed up in something else. A conspiracy bigger than the kidnapping, which we kind of had a feeling that was the case anyway. Minorikawa, what has our writer / reporter been doing since last time? I think he was, if I remember correctly, he was on his way to the product demo. So he and Tama might meet up soon. I feel like we're gonna have some people start meeting up in this time block. And honestly, he really hasn't done much in the last one. He was basically just trying to find a place to write and trying not to get distracted. But now he's going over to where Tama is, and that's going to be interesting. Osawa, I think, is kind of on a breaking point. And he had some very convoluted routes that we had to deal with to help some people who are not related to him whatsoever. And he is now back in the house, and I think he's about to meet someone that'll tell him more about this whole vaccine not being where it's supposed to kind of thing. Other than that, I'm trying to think what else has happened. Still have not found the kidnapped sister. She seems to be not anywhere nearby. The professor from the girls' college seems sus. He's been sus from the beginning, but I have no idea how. Maybe it has something to do with the vaccine, question mark? No idea. Other than that, I really can't think of anything else. I think this might be the next to last chapter, I am hoping. Because I think we've gone for quite a while as far as the game is concerned, and there's like a bunch of other stuff that's happened. And because of that, I think we should get started and see how far we can get today. I don't know if we'll be able to finish this entire chapter today, but we'll try to get as far as we can. And we are going to start off with, of course, Tama. So I'm going to shrink myself here really quick. Shrink and let's see, right here. Okay, let's get started. I think audio should be okay, as okay as it can be. I'm gonna increase the audio a little bit on my end. Hopefully it's not too loud, and we'll get started. All right, Tama. All right. I mean, I did mention this, but I didn't realize how bad it was. All the burning hammer has been destroyed. Bottles of burning hammer litter the pavement, shattered into tiny bits of glass. Even if the recycling guy was really careless with the boxes, it shouldn't have caused this much of a mess. Because it wasn't him. It looks like someone came along and actually threw them all over the place. Tama. The heck with this thing! Oh, who, what? Oh, that was her. That was actually her. I thought it was someone else. I toss away the miracle stone, which has clearly brought me only bad luck. We can't have a product demo without a product, which in turn means I won't be getting paid for this whole fiasco. Okay, we can do this. We can figure something out. I try to give myself a pep talk, but I hear the doubt in my own voice. I try to brainstorm anyway. Finding inspiration is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I think bloodstones exist, but they don't actually have blood, so that might be a different thing. I rack my mind for the best course of action, and at long last I arrive at a conclusion. Somehow or another, I'm going to have to sell some burning hammer. I'm just gonna have to find something else to sell. Hey, we just got started. I did some quick, what do you call this? Recap. Like right before this. So if you want to see what the recap is, check that out. Anyway, let's get started. Sell some burning hammer. We're gonna have to figure out how to get more burning hammer because we can't sell anything else. This is a product demo, so we gotta do more product demos. Hey, Asuda, welcome. What is this? It should be in the title of the stream, but this is a visual novel with some very, very weird stuff happening. That's all I can tell you. If you want to know what else has happened in this visual novel, there is a series. It's too much to get into. But just know our what do you call this? Our mascot character here has to sell some diet drinks, and all the diet drinks that were in the boxes have been broken. So she's kind of in a pinch right now. She's kind of in a pinch, and she has to figure out what to do. So yeah, that's where we are. The flyers have already been handed out. People have come to the demo expecting to get burning hammer. I may have to put it into some new bottles. How? It's all over the pavement. How are you gonna get that? And possibly water it down some. But getting this stuff sold is my only option. I don't know how you're going to do this. There might be some... Oh wait, not every bottle has been broken. But you're gonna have to figure out how to get more bottles and labels at the very least. My eyes alight on one of the cardboard boxes and I notice an odd mark that's stamped on it. Wait a sec. I've seen this before. I recall Chiri said earlier. This is the sort of thing they sell in 100 yen shops or something. So you're gonna buy some replacements? Hey Panzer, welcome. We just started and we're starting off with Tama and she's trying to figure out how to get more burning hammer because last time it all broke. Yeah. The mark on the box is the same I saw in the shop that sold the necklace. Oh wait, really? If it was there before, we didn't notice it, or because maybe the camera wasn't framed that way. We only noticed the necklace, but not the burning hammer. How much are they gonna sell that for? That's it. I can see if there's more at the knick-knack shop. Oh no, actual legit burning hammer? Guided by this ray of hope, I head for the knick-knack shop as fast as I can. A glimmer, a sliver, the ever-dwindling light in the distance. Point is, there's not much. Oh, who do we bump into? As soon as I reach the main road, I crash right into someone. Oh, hey, Chiri! Well, it's Chiri. Oh, hey, you find it? She asks. She makes it sound like it's not really her problem. Not yet, but I think we can stock up at the 100 yen shop. The words are hard to get out when I'm panting as hard as I am. For now, just stay calm and go let the boss know. Got it. Leave it to me. Chiri nods and I head back into a run. Alright, well. PC equals money. You got old PCs and laptops to sell? You get money for that one. Maybe not the fact stack of cash though. I'm practically playing as I rush into the knick-knack shop where I immediately spot the cardboard boxes I saw earlier, still stacked up. Yes, I'm in luck. I dive into one of the boxes to... Dive into? Dive into the one of the boxes to check what's inside. I guess she meant checked. Oh my gosh, actual legit burning hammer. It's packed with tiny bottles. There's no mistaking the noxious red liquid inside. That's burning hammer, alright. There's 50 per box, and there are 4 boxes total. Assuming each bottle is 100 yen including tax, I can buy the whole lot with a 20,000 yen in my wallet. Mr. Yanagashita said he was selling the bottles at the demo for 15,000 yen apiece, but you need the 20,000 yen to buy the thing you want. Are you sure you want to do this? You're probably not gonna get that money back. That way, if we sell 200 bottles, he'll be able to pay back his debts no problem. Whoa, what's the deal with you? The sales keeper. The sales clerk's eyes go wide when he sees my getup. This stuff, I like your entire stock. Sell me your entire stock. I point at the burning hammer, and the clerk makes an awkward face. Oh, it's this guy! Oh hey, it's this guy that we've been bumping into the entire game. I'm afraid that's already been sold. What? You mean like all of it? Nobody in their right mind could possibly want all of this. Yeah, all of it, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not going to roll over that easy. I'm not going to roll over that easily. Whenever I earn that extra 20,000 or not hinges on whether I can get this stuff. Please, you have to help me out. I'm afraid it's out of my hands. Then could you get in touch with the buyer? Tell them I'm willing to negotiate. I suppose that wouldn't be an issue, but... Actually, would you mind waiting for just a moment? She said she'd be by ASAP. Okay. She? Who's she? After 5 minutes of waiting, the buyer still hasn't shown up. I don't think she's coming, I say. That's odd, the sales clerk murmurs. She said on the phone she'd come by just after 1 o'clock to pick them up. I really need this right away. I understand that, but... Please. It's out of my hands. By now, the sales demo has already started. If I come back empty-handed, what was the point of all this effort? Gimme. I've already said I can't do that. Gimme! Would you please wait a moment? Oh, she's getting desperate. Why did I spend all that time trying to hand out samples? Why did I put on this stupid costume? Why did I miss out on lunch? Why? What was all it for? What was she fighting for? What am I fighting for? Eek! Over there! It's the chupacabra! Chupacabra? Huh? Yoink! Seizing the moment, I snatch up the box of burning hammer and make a run for it. Hey, hold it right there, miss! The sales clerk is quick to bar my path. Woo! The acting in this game, really. I barrel my way right past him. I bump him harder than intended as I race by. He loses balance and goes crashing through the display case at the front of the shop. Oh no! Not gas! At the same time, I hear something else topple over with a thud and a gurgle. Some sort of liquid begins to gush from a red polyethylene container. Oh! The sales clerk's eyes go wide, his stare fixed on something on the sidewalk nearby. Oh no! A cigarette! Oh no, this shop is gonna go up in flames. What the heck? The burning butt ignites the liquid in a sudden, massive blaze. Is it game over? Is it actually game over? And for today's news, shortly after 1 o'clock this afternoon, there was an explosion at a variety store in Urugawacho in Shibuya, the cause of which remains unknown. Eyewitness report seeing an individual wearing a full-body cat costume fleeing the scene in the aftermath of the explosion. Police consider this individual a person of interest and have not ruled out the possibility that this bombing was a terrorist act. Several hours after the incident, the cat remains at large. Did she escape? Was she able to escape? Well, that is a bad end. Okay. Fled the country. Right. So that's what happened. Tama wound up as a prime suspect in an apparent terrorism bombing. If the buyer had shown up earlier, Tama's argument with the sales clerk might have never happened. To say nothing of the rest, as a matter of fact. The buyer was just outside the shop at a critical moment. She was held up when she happened to run into someone. Huh. The thing is, Tama's our only female protagonist around here, so someone else has got to have bumped into her. Okay, well that was a short preview on what's up with Tama. Let's I'm kind of curious what Kano is up to. Kano last time we saw with someone from the CIA, FBI, what have you, US people. Anyway, let's check this out. Right, this guy. Stanley. Following Kano's direction, Stanley drove towards the crime syndicate's hangout. There was a good chance that this was where Maria was being held. Alright, see you later, Asta. Traffic was practically non-existent, and they made good time. They cruised down Miyamazusaka, then passed the train station towards Dogenzaka. All the while, the two men stared out the windshield, neither inclined to make conversation. It is kind of a weird situation. They arrived at the Shinsencho intersection. "Take it right here," Kano said. "You nervous?" Stanley asked as he made the turn. His own tone was calm and level. Kano gave no reply. If the syndicate really was holding Maria hostage up ahead, he and Stanley might wind up putting her in danger by showing up there. If it came down to it, Kano wondered, could he count on the man next to him taking the hostage's safety into account? He doubted it, but there was nothing he could do about that now. They arrived at the syndicate's hangout sooner than Kano had anticipated. It was a multi-tenant building in Tomigaya, southwest of Yoyogi Park. The Black Lodge Pub. The ratty building looked like it might come crashing down at any minute. The Black Lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity, of course. Oh, they got their guns ready already. "I'll take point," Stanley said. "You back me up." He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by the FBI or CIA. And we have 3 notes here. Glock 17, a semi-automatic pistol developed in Austria for police and military use. Notable for its incorporation of large amounts of polymer plastic in its design. A certain Hollywood film included a line of dialogue claiming that the Glock would not show up on airport X-ray machines. But since the gun barrel itself is made of metal, this is assuredly not true. Also, they will pat you down. Also, if you put it in the checked baggage, not checked baggage, but the belt, you can still see the gun shape. That's not gonna be hidden. FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, American Investigative Bureau, established by the U.S. Department of Justice in 1908. Actual facts here. Authority in matters involving crimes, crosses state lines, threats, public order, espionage, terrorism. Not exactly SRT, but similar. FBI conducts its activities within the United States, but why are they here? CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, one of the principal agencies of the US intelligence community. Reporting to the Director of National Intelligence, has a lot of budget resources and vast network of highly trained personnel. CIA carries out intelligence gathering covert operations primarily overseas, which this guy probably is CIA and not FBI. In recent years, the organization has been devoting major efforts to counter-terrorism. Okay, actual facts. Kano drew his own gun, and the two cautiously made their way inside. They immediately heard some sort of ruckus from beyond a wooden door at the far end of the hall, and it looks like there's a bunch of coin lockers? Please don't let this be what I think it is, Kano thought to himself. Sweat beaded on his hands as he gripped his gun tighter. He heard the sound of glass shattering. Then came the sound of something heavy falling to the floor. Maria! Ignoring Stanley's previous order, Kano rushed ahead, kicked down the door, and stepped inside. Oh, what happened here? That is... Oh, I see a little bit of blood. So all of these people who were doing some weird handoff thing are now dead. He walked right into a massacre. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled out across the floor. He thought he recognized them all, the men who participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. That fake blood. Had these guys all turned on each other? No, that couldn't have been the case. None of the victims was holding a knife, which meant that whoever had killed them must still be hiding nearby. No sooner had Kano come to this conclusion that he heard a muffled cry behind him. Oh, who is it? Stanley! They got Stanley too! What? He went down pretty quickly. The American was sprawled on the floor, face down. Kano rushed over and knelt beside him. Stanley was dead, stabbed through the back. Wait, I see a shadow in the back. It looks like a girl. Who is that? Without an instant hesitation, Kano stood up again, gun at the ready. But it was too late for him, for someone was already behind him. Nothing personal. He scanned his surroundings, but there was no sign of the killer. But that was impossible. Stanley had been killed mere moments ago. Someone had to be here somewhere. Yeah, behind you. Out of nowhere, he felt someone press the tip of a knife into his neck, from behind, right at the base of his skull. How? He hadn't noticed anyone coming up on him. There wasn't even anyone else around. Nobody but the corpses scattered across the floor. Wait, the corpses? Kano hadn't checked them. Hadn't checked to make sure they were all really dead. With this last thought, he realized that had been his fatal mistake. Oh, the Joker! Bad end. Holy crap, 2 bad ends quickly in a row? Excuse me? I thought they were dead. Alas, there was nothing to be done for poor Kano now. He wasn't prepared for whoever is wielding that knife. Sometimes it's best not to rush things. Kano and Stanley might not have had their run-in with the killer if they turn up a bit later. There's someone who can cause a traffic jam at 1310, which should keep these two from meeting a grisly end. Traffic jam, intentional. Would that be someone we know? Well, I guess it is someone we know. Wow, Tama bad end, Kano bad end already. I'm guessing Minorikawa is the one who's going to be causing a traffic jam. So, Actually, yeah, let's check Minutakawa really quick. Why not? Right! Left! Minutakawa sprinted down Center Guide, dodging between oncoming pedestrians. Out of my way! Can't you people see I'm in a hurry? He stole a glimpse at his watch as he ran. It was just after 1 o'clock. The Burning Hammer sales demo would be getting underway any moment now. He could probably get an interview even if he showed up late. Still, he wanted to get to the venue ASAP to get a feel for things before they got started. The best time to scope out an event was before it started and after it ended. This was something he'd learned from Toyama. Everything he knew about journalism, the publisher had taught him. It had been a combative education. Minutakawa learning despite himself as the two men constantly butted heads. Oh, give me a break. What's wrong with my article? Minutakawa shouted. His voice was loud enough to carry throughout the editing department. Shut up! I told you to rewrite it, so rewrite it! Toyama sticking to his guns. Minutakawa recalled the scene from the days when the two men had worked at the same newspaper and Toyama was his boss. What's wrong with it? Show me what's wrong! All of it! A non-depressed Toyama compared to what he is now. How can it be all of it? Co-workers stared, keeping their distance as the pair screamed themselves red in the face. These arguments had become a regular occurrence, regular enough that everyone had learned not to intervene. Hello JP Louie, welcome. I poured my heart and soul into this piece. Go back and read it again. I could read it over and over and it'd still be the same thing. A load of self-important claptrap. Now go calm down and write me a more neutral piece. Taking neither two opposing sides, the media typically seeks to adopt a neutral stance, not these days in reporting the news. Frequently, however, biased reporting still results in one-sided thinking taking hold amongst the general public. In the end, it is up to the individual to make an objective assessment of any news event. Calm down, you must be joking. I write what I feel in my heart. That's the one thing I refuse to back down on. Then it's the one thing that'll keep getting your copy rejected. Aren't you the one who told me to be bold and daring with my writing? Yeah, I did, but I don't remember telling you to write me garbage. By now, Minutakawa and Toyama were practically at each other's throats. Still, despite this almost daily shouting matches, Minutakawa never resented Toyama. Not really. How could he write a piece in a way that would shut Toyama up? I mean, sure, that'd be the goal at the end of the day. Trying to figure that out now was how he had developed his skills as a reporter. Up until he quit his position at the newspaper to start his own publishing company, Toyama had been a stubborn old man in the finest sense of the term. Now a dying breed in Japan, the sort who'd be inclined to use knuckles before words to remedy a child's bad behavior. Inflexible, but still emotionally brittle. Their signature move is to drive a wayward kid out of the house with the exclamation, "You fool! You're no son of mine! I disown you!" Only to wait a while to find the son who's crying down at the dry riverbed and calmly murmur, "Come on, your supper's getting cold." And this is how we create generational trauma. Right. I mean... Yeah, I got no words for that. It was what it was. But then, in order to keep his company afloat, at some point, he had abandoned all his ideals and principles. It was disgraceful. Just disgraceful. Thinking about it made Minutakawa's blood boil. It rankled him to know that such a pathetic remnant of a man had been such an influence on him. He reminded himself once again that he needed to wrap up his current job as soon as possible. By now, Minutakawa was getting close to the demo site. He increased his speed. Huh. And here I thought he was actually gonna like take a car to the sales demo. Excuse me? I'm not even looking at the person that just got bumped or Minorikawa's ridiculous pose after getting bumped. Do you guys see this this statue slash thing on the right side? The heck? Why is there like a hand attached to a lower body there? Out of all the weird things in Japan, this is like one of the other things I don't know. By now, Minokawa was getting close to the demo site. Oh, right. He wound up barreling right into someone who was walking into a knick-knack shop. A newly opened general variety store. The place is primarily a second-hand shop with posters inside proclaiming things like, "We'll take what you don't need, and we buy computers at top prices." I don't know what they're trying to do with that statue. I mean, normally, I guess if you have clothes for sale, you would use a mannequin and stuff, which, you know, it would make sense. But I have no idea what they're trying to do with that. It doesn't even have the shop sign. It was a girl about high school age. High school age? She jumped to her feet, then snatched Minorikawa by the collar. "Hey, watch where you're going," she snapped. Her upper body strength was impressive, to say the least. The chokehold she had on his neck made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had to do something fast. Sorry. He bowed his head in apology. Take this. Punched her into the girl's flank. I'm kind of wondering if this is the girl who was after the burning hammer. So I think he should apologize here. Otherwise, we're gonna run into issues with Tama. Just apologize. Sorry. He bowed his head in apology. He was in too much of a hurry to get caught up in an argument now. But the girl didn't let go. Oh no. Instead, she tightened her grip. Look, I'm sorry for not looking where I was going. Minorikawa could barely croak out his apology. Oh, fine. I'll let it slide this once, the girl said. Who is this girl? Why is she so strong? He relaxed her hold with a scowl. Did we get a good look at her face? Wait, hold on, she murmured. She stared good and hard at Minorikawa's face. Wow, who's this cutie? Why? Hey, you're Mr. Minorikawa. Surprised, Minorikawa gave her another look. Who are you? Why did you suddenly turn friendly? This is a completely different treatment from earlier. Miku? Miku? Who's Miku? Hatsune Miku? Yeah! Wow, so you do remember me. She smiled with delight, apparently forgetting that she'd just been wringing his neck. Wow, how long has it been? She asked. About 5 years, I think? You still doing your bonsai stuff? Nah, she replied. I gave that up. Okay. Miku had been Japan's bonsai champion back when she was in middle school. Bonsai champion, that's a thing. The mention of bonsai likely calls to mind elderly hobbyists, but recently the art is attracting more young people, as are other aspects of Japanese-style interior design. Varieties of cherry and maple, smaller than normal bonsai, are becoming popular with practitioners, as are fruit-bearing trees such as plum leaf apple. There are even spherical balls of soil covered in moss. Oh, the Marimo stuff? Shaped to look like cute little miniature planets with plants growing all over their surface. I think I've seen one of these things before, but I didn't realize the other stuff was a thing. One day, local delinquents had vandalized dozens of Miku's bonsai pieces. Minorikawa had met her when he interviewed her about the incident. I want to get strong, she had said. Strong enough to beat those guys up. And so Minorikawa had introduced Miko to an acquaintance of his who ran a martial arts dojo. Huh, that explains some things. Well, you sure gotten strong, alright, Minorikawa said. That's the sort of gal I am. Miku handed him a flyer. Oh, she's going for the burning hammer? Oh wait, no, that's not burning hammer. What is it? What is this? I can't quite read the kanji, but it read, Ladies Mixed Martial Arts Pub. Right. Is this a themed cafe? What? A show pub that began as a side venture of a group of female mixed martial arts fighters who are facing financial difficulties. There is an octagonal ring inside the pub, and the rules state that anything goes between young women who fight inside. Customers are able to take in the fights while enjoying their drinks. Ah, it's that kind of place. I see. There is a muscle cafe. Well, there's two muscle cafes that I'm aware of. One is a muscle cafe where actual guys, bodybuilders, will like serve you and stuff like that. I think it's like an occasional thing and not a regular thing. And there's another one where it's like these really, really fit girls, some of them with actual muscles on them, that do the kind of the same thing, but they have an extra service, if I'm not mistaken, where they will actually slap you if you ask for that service. So it kind of reminds me of that. Present this flyer for a free drink, and she's part of this thing. I see. It's a place where you can watch girls fight in the ring while you have some drinks, Miku said. That sounds pretty fun, actually. Minokawa could feel himself being pulled in at the wrong directions, all wrong directions by the prospect. You should come see one of my matches sometime. I'm the reigning champion. Oh wow. Miku beamed with pride. Wait, you're the champion? Yikes. Good thing I apologized when I did. In that case, I'll definitely have to swing by sometime soon. Right now, I'm in sort of a hurry though. Oh sure, Miku said. Catch you later then. She headed into the shop as Minokawa rushed off towards the sales demo. Okay, so I think Tama should be safe now. At long last, he arrived at the Nokani building where the event was being held. Burning Hammer! Oh, the Burning Hammer. Oh wow, that's a lot of graffiti. I don't think I've seen it. There's a few places in Tokyo that's this bad, but I don't think I've seen that much though. The wall by the elevator was plastered with posters about Burning Hammer. Get it or regret it. As seen in magazines. 100% weight loss guaranteed. This is based on false advertising. The messaging was kind of a mess. It felt like they'd been thrown together at the last minute. Minokawa avoided the elevator in favor of the stairs, rushing up to the event site on the 3rd floor. Emerging from the stairwell, he saw more posters on the wall pointing the way to the sales demo. He followed the arrows to a room deeper within the building. Oh wow, that is a lot more people than I expected to show up. As expected, it's mostly elderly women and housewives from the looks of it. Opening the door, he saw about 50 chairs, most of them occupied by female attendees. There was a stage set up at the far end of the room, but nobody was on it. It appeared that the event had yet to begin. Minokawa quickly looked over at the crowd. Roughly half of the women were somewhat elderly. All of them looked like they could stand to lose some weight. And for some of them at least, that ship had surely sailed some time ago. The crowd gazed at the stage with rapt anticipation. I'm just surprised anyone showed up at all. A beverage that allowed you to eat plenty and still lose weight was definitely an appetizing proposition. Could something like that really exist though? Nah. Oh well. Minokawa was just going to have to wait and see. He did his best to get his mind into journalism mode. Time passed, but the demo didn't start, because we haven't gotten the crate yet. The audience began grumbling in frustration. Then a heavy-set young woman took the stage and gave a little bow. It was the girl from the cafe, the one with the amazing appetite. The audience broke into applause, their patience finally rewarded. Except because we don't have the thing yet. But as everyone leaned forward expectantly, the girl on stage began performing magic tricks. She twiddled a silk hat and pulled a bunch of flowers from inside. Wow, okay. Not something I expected from Cheery. Sparse applause rose up from the crowd. The young woman immediately went on to perform another trick and then another. Ta-da! A coin in her hand became 3 coins as she spoke her magic words. She's not very good at this, Minakawa thought. Though whether she was good or bad wasn't really the issue. He had a tight schedule to keep. There was no time to stand around watching silly sleight of hand antics. Scanning the room, he spotted a man who looked like he was probably in charge. Minakawa headed over to him. Hey you, the one you the one running this thing? Well, yes? When's the actual sales demo going to start? Soon. Very soon. Yep. In how many minutes? You know, soon. I asked for a number. Just, soon. Real soon. This was getting him nowhere. 3 minutes, Minakawa declared. He held up 3 fingers to emphasize his point. If this thing doesn't start in 3 minutes, if it doesn't start, then what? I'm going to be heartbroken. I'm going to start a ruckus. I'm just going to go home. I'm just going to go home. I'm just going to go home. He kept his tone clipped and cool. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You got 2 minutes. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, a minute can't have passed already. 1 minute. Whoa! Just what kind of wash you got there? Tell me why the demo isn't starting. No real reason, really. The man was seriously getting flustered. I wanted folks to see a little magic show first. Nope. Try again. 30 seconds left. Okay, alright. What happened is, the required merchandise, what happened to the merchandise? Minakawa demanded. He gave the guy a dagger stare. It's just, Time's up. What? The man's face went pale. Keep out! We gotta go back to Tama. I mean, I guess I could also go to the other routes, but Tama's the one who's gonna save this whole thing. Tama, can you get those bottles yet? I hope you can get those bottles soon. I'm afraid that's already been sold. What? Okay, like all of it? Okay. Yep. Not gonna roll over that easily. Uh-huh. Gotta help out. Uh-huh. Out of my hands. Uh-huh. Touch with buyer. Uh-huh. Just a moment. She should be here ASAP. She should be here now. Von Dutch. Why would she want all of this stuff, though? Even as I'm speaking with a sales clerk, a girl wearing a hoodie comes in. She's got a tiny frame and a doe-eyed face. Hey, I've come to pick up something I reserved, she says. This must be the customer the clerk was talking about. Please pardon my intrusion, but would you be willing to let me have these diet drinks? I bow extra deep and my costume head wobbles all around. Wait, what? I'll pay you double what they're worth. No can do. I've never seen this brand before. I'm super curious about it. Surely you don't need this many, though? I do. I make my living with my body. This is about how much I'll need. Oh, wow. The sales clerk interjects. What sort of work do you do exactly? I'm a martial artist. I fight at a place called Bride. You might have heard of it? It's one of the more popular hotspots in Shibuya these days. Oh, I know the place, the sales clerk says, brimming with sudden excitement. That pub where they have cosplay martial arts competitions, right? Hold on, what are we talking about now? What's Bride? I've seriously never heard of that place. It's a nightlife spot where ladies cosplay as anime characters, but they fight for real. I've been wanting to check it out, but they've hit their membership cap. There's a cap on membership? What? At present, the exclusive bride has already exceeded its allotted number of members, and is not accepting new ones. Given the buzz about how both the costumes and the fights are really something to see, memberships that are auctioned off online command quite high prices. Huh. So then, you must be pretty strong, huh? He says to the girl. Well, I mean, I may not look it, but I'm the current champion. The girl proudly adopts a fighting stance. Would you accept a challenge from me? I ask. A challenge? Oh, Tama versus the girl? If I win, you have to let me have all of this. The girl breaks into a confident smile. Oh no. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? She asks. I intend to find out. Oh wow, the sales clerk exclaims. I've got to see this. I'm glad to have him egging us on. Well, if you're that set on it, then sure, I accept your challenge. Sweet. We've established our terms. This burning hammer may yet be mine. The girl cracks her knuckles, clearly eager for a fight. Oh no. I've got to win this. Somehow or another, I've got to. I mean, I've got to be good at something. Facing off against this fighter is going to show me what I'm made of. I address my opponent. And by challenge, I naturally mean rock, paper, scissors? Rhyming game? A straight up fight, I feel like Tama's gonna lose. Let's do rock, paper, scissors. Let's do rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors? The girl goes slack-jawed in surprise. Yeah, and if I win, you have to let me have those diet drinks. Rock, paper, scissors. Sure, whatever. Okay, I accept. I didn't think she'd accept, actually. Here we go. I ready my fist. 1, 2, 3, shoot! And already a loss. I've lost. We're doing best out of 3, right? What? Ah, no! We gotta pick something else? 1, 2, 3, shoot! I lose again. And I even tried changing up to change it up by throwing papers twice in a row. So yeah, first to 3, right? Huh? 1, 2, 3, shoot. Oh no. Yet again, I lose. My reverse psychology has backfired. Okay, now that we're done warming up, I want to do this for real? Sure? Shoot! 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 No, Tom, I think you're losing. You're losing here. Shoot! 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 Why do you keep on throwing papers? Wow! Shoot! 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 That's a lot of shoots. Tom, I think you just need to go for a straight up fight. This goes on for a good 30 minutes. We've thrown more times than I can count, and I haven't won once. Reverse psychology. Reverse psychology. Even reverse psychology. She sees through me every time. I'm terrible at this. Beyond terrible. How? How can someone be this bad at rock, paper, scissors? I want to keep going until I win at least once, but the girl is clearly pretty fed up. This sucks. But I've reached my limit. Time's up. Right around now, there's someone else who's been told that his time is up, and he's in quite a predicament. Yes, it's Junichi Yanagashita. The ruthless ultimatum was issued by none other than Minoru. Wait, did we jump here? Is this actually gonna push it forward? Let me see. Is it actually gonna push it forward, or is it gonna be another dead end? I feel like all the other ones are gonna be bad ends. Time's up! Minokawa had enough. You gather up customers for a product that doesn't even exist, then try to sell them something else. It's a classic con. You got it all wrong. I am selling Burning Hammer, I swear. Liar. I bet you're even planning on trying to hustle the props for those little magic tricks. What? No, I'm not. You gotta believe me. Oh yeah? Minakawa sneered. Then just where is the Burning Hammer of yours? Where is this Burning Hammer of yours? Go on, tell me. He grabbed Yanagashita by the collar. Hey, now, easy there, sir. Tell me. Please just let me go. I said tell me. I'm a pacifist, Yanagashita cried. You're a what now? Minakawa scowled. A pacifist. I demand 3 million yen in reparations. Oh no, that's a scam. Yanagashita shook free of Minakawa's grasp and showed a hand to his face for a change. Reparations? Minakawa faltered, baffled by this unexpected counterattack. Yeah, pay up, Yanagashita demanded. 3 million yen in reparations. He seemed to have forgotten his customers entirely in his fury. Don't be absurd. You know, now I know you're a journalist muckraker. Only a journalist would stoop so low. Hey everyone, look here! This man just assaulted me! Huh? Wait, hold on, I was just... Right here, folks. Now everyone can bear witness to the true face of the media. Oh no. It's people like this guy who go around besmirching fine upstanding citizens with trumped up hogwash. Hey, wait just a minute here. You're the one who's trying to sell a product that doesn't even exist. Ah! What was going on? Oh, Yanagashita broke into a sudden fit of wailing. Minakawa turned around to look back at the approaching crowd. Its members glared at him with accusation. Ladies, Yanagashita begged, his voice interspersed with sobs. I am so sorry. I had this amazing diet aid that I was planning to offer to you all at a reasonable price. But it turns out, I won't be able to sell it after all. This man is going to write a piece about how my product is bogus. My company's reputation is going to take a huge hit. And because of that, I won't even have a product to sell you. And it's all going to be his fault. As he choked out his words, Yanagashita dropped to his knees in defeat. That's when the riot started. Never anger a bunch of housewives. Minakawa wasn't sure when exactly he blacked out. Oh no. When he came to, he was sprawled out on the floor. Craning his neck to look around, he saw no sign of Yanagashita or his customers. Only tattered flyers and busted chairs strewn about the room. Oh my gosh, these women are wild. They even drew blood. There was a ringing in his ear. The back of his head throbbed painfully. His arms felt too heavy to lift. It was like his entire body had been transformed into a lump of cement. Finally, he remembered. Oh wow, someone actually took chairs. After Yanagashita's little act, the crowd had descended on Minoru Minakawa from all sides in a frenzied free-for-all. Against an angry mob that size, they hadn't stood a chance. They had worked him over until it was black and blue. In the midst of the fracas? How do you say that? Fracas? While the customers were distracted, he caught sight of Yanagashita sneaking out of the room. Clearly, the man was no stranger to worming his way out of sticky predicaments. But this is a bad end for you. Oh wait, Tama? Now as he tried to piece together what had happened next, a mysterious figure loomed into his blurry vision. It sported pointed ears atop its enormous head, along with a big, broad mouth. Whatever it wasn't human. Has death come for me at last then? A smile of delight crossed Death's face. No doubt, he had indeed come to eject Minorikawa from his mortal coil. If you're here to finish me off, then you're welcome to try, Minorikawa growled. But only if you beat me in a challenge, fair and square. Mirukawa had never been one to give up easily. Even now, he refused to go down without a fight. A challenge, you say? Asked Death. Still, the bright grin on his face remained. That's right. I challenge you. That was all well and good, but Mirukawa's strength was gone. At best, he was only able to move one hand. Rock, paper, scissors. Not again! Mirukawa said. In his current state, that was all he was capable of. Nonetheless, it counted as a challenge. If you beat me, he went on, then I am yours to do with as you please. For a while, Death was silent, and then he nodded in reply. All right then, I accept your challenge. Why would you do this, Tama? And so Mirukawa and Death held out their hands. Oh no. Is Tama gonna lose again? Mirukawa tried to throw a rock, but with several of his fingers broken, he couldn't quite curl him into a proper fist. Death, on the other hand, threw paper. I've lost. All at once, Mirukawa's last remaining energy drained from his body. Bad end. Okay, so maybe we don't do rock, paper, scissors. The Rampage. Simple complaint. Demo. If there only be some burning hammer around, this might have never happened. Okay. Right. Okay, back to Tama, I suppose. Back to Tama, and maybe we just do a straight out fight, which didn't seem like a good idea before. But it's sounding like a better idea now, compared to whatever we might get ourselves into. Okay. No, hold up. We gotta go back. Go back to the choice. Challenge! By challenge, we are gonna be doing a straight up fight. Let's have ourselves a straight up fight. The girl grins nice and wide, like she'd been waiting to hear me say that. Okay, you're on. The name's Miku, by the way. Challenge accepted. Out to the street you go. Oh wow, she got boxing gloves with her. This is not good. Miku and I march out of the shop, out onto the pavement. We stare each other down. So if you win, I'll let you buy the burning hammer, Miku says. But if I win, I get to keep it and you have to pay for it. What? Isn't that a little unfair? If you don't like it, then it's no fight, no deal. How about you pay for it and she gets it. Each other pay for it. I don't have the time to rethink this. Alright. Ready whenever you are. Miku does a little shadow boxing, throwing a repeated 1-2 combination. Involves practicing strikes, guards, and evasions against an opponent who isn't actually there. Okay, I know we're getting a little Yakuza here, but you guys need to like be spread out a little bit more to give them a little bit of room. This is not enough room to work with. Whoa, what's the deal? Something going on? It's a street fight! A number of people pass by, including a businessman, a couple, Achi Endo. Oh no, there's a lot of jumps from Tama. What the heck? Achi Endo and Hitomi Osawa. They pass by while running away from some mysterious foreigners. Okay. As well as some pretty gruff-looking fellows, and some of them stop to form a small crowd. Gruff-looking? Asao Ozu and his underling, Yutaro Sagawa. Members of the Tenryugumi Yakuza Syndicate. Oh no. The Tenryugumi operate a lending firm called Takarada Financing, and these two have been tasked with collecting outstanding debts. They've already collected from one client today. Next, they plan on grabbing lunch before heading off to their next target. Oh, those guys, the loan sharks. I got you. The sales demo has already started by now. I don't have time to goof around here. I watch as Miku starts up her footwork. A left jab. She's quick. I can see why she's the champion. Yep. She immediately follows up the jab with with a wide right hook. A type of punch involves swinging the arm in a wide arc to strike the opponent from the side. In mixed martial arts bouts, it is common to see a fighter continue the momentum with a hook to catch the opponent by the arm, transitioning immediately to a takedown and pin. And somehow Tama dodging all of this. I jerk aside at the last possible moment and deliver a little swat to Miku's shoulder. Whoa! She slips off balance and pitches forward. Oh wow, what was that? The crowd has started clamoring. Miku rights herself and gets back into fighting stance. What the hell? She doesn't seem to know what just happened. Ah! This time, I watch as she unleashes a kick with her left leg from a distance. On reflex, I bring up my right hand and adopt a guarding stance. Wait. Tama, natural fighter? Gotcha, she calls out. It was a feint. There's a visceral whoop as a second kick connects, coming at me from a different angle. But because of the costume, she's right up. Whoa, what gives? My big mascot head serves as to cushion the blow to the point I barely feel it. Hey-ya! She proceeds to unleash a string of additional kicks with her left leg, trying to defeat my fuzzy armor. Eventually, I catch hold of her foot, holding her off balance. I begin to walk her backwards, making her hop awkwardly on one leg. Saved by the mascot costume. God! A casual flip of my paw and Miku goes whirling through the air. Ooh, ah! The crowd erupts into cheering and applause at the spectacle. Yeah, you're tough. Also because you're in the mascot costume. Who the heck are you? As you can see, I am a cat. A wry smile comes to Miku's face. Finally, a worthy opponent. To think a bright competitor would lose in a street fight. Guess it's time to go back to being an ordinary girl. Today is the day I retire. What? Already? Phew. Good match there. Miku clasped my hand firmly. But hey, I'm just glad my last opponent was you. What is this? Human rights, democracy. What? I hoist up the boxes of the diet drink. So, how much does this come to? I asked the sales clerk. He shakes his head. Oh, don't worry about payment. You've more than earned it with that spectacular display just now. That was really something. Oh, that was really something. Heck, even I am shocked at what just happened. It's amazing that what a little desperation will do for you. So that move you used, that was some Aikijujutsu, yeah? I don't think she even knows. Traditional Japanese martial art that emphasizes learning to anticipate an opponent's first move and instantaneously counterattack. Skilled practitioners can toss and throw opponents with a simple touch. The art predates the development of the more pacifistic Aikido, and so some dangerous techniques still remain. Huh? Oh, I guess? I tilt my head non-committally. Come now, no need to be so humble. I'm a martial arts fanatic. I know my moves when I see them. The Nixtalk shop owner Taisei Yasuda watches roughly 350 martial arts fights a year. Wow, almost once a day. He is particularly fond of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and is thinking about studying it himself. There is a dojo he's been eyeing, but he's rather timid and thus far only waffled non-committedly outside the entrance of the place. Dude, just go for it. He can call whatever he wants if he's letting me have the drinks for free. This is going to be a lifesaver. Is that all the shopping you'll be doing with us today? He asks. Actually, come to think of it, I do have one request, I say. Sure thing. Could you please not sell the necklace there? I promise I'll be back to buy it later. Sure, no problem. The sales clerk gives a deep bow. I did it. I managed to solve my burning hammer problem. Now I've just got to get back to the sales demo. Oh, that must be awfully heavy. Here, why don't you use that dolly? The sales clerk indicates a hand truck over there in the corner. Oh, thanks so much. I load the pile of boxes onto the cart and rush back to the Nokani building. At least now it's not gonna tumble over, accidentally. By now, the sales demo will be well underway. I need to get back as soon as I can. If there's nothing to buy, the customers are going to leave, and everything I've gone through will have been for nothing. That's a long way to the building. Come on, Tama, you can do it. You just gotta hurry. I charged for the demo, pushing the dolly ahead of me like a battering ram. Ah, oops, sorry to keep you waiting. You're late! What the heck have you been doing? Mr. Yagashita practically throws himself at me. The weight must have been killing him. Standing behind him, a man I don't recognize. Who is that guy? Keep out again. Number 2? Oh, we can't do this yet? Okay, fine. I guess we'll go through this. He doesn't look like a customer. Okay, Tama, just come with me for a minute. I follow Mr. Yagashita into the break room. Sorry I'm late. There was a whole bunch of stuff that happened. But look, I got the product back. I proudly opened one of the cardboard boxes. Ah! It's Burning Hammer! It really, really is! Mr. Yagashita clutches the box close, nuzzling with his cheek. How's the demo going? I ask. I've got Chiri keeping them occupied with some magic tricks. Oh! Holy crap, Chiri, what the heck? That's like a 10-liter thing right there. I sneak a peek through the door and see Chiri guzzling orange juice from a gigantic container, containing it in one go, draining it in one go. Is that really a magic trick? If it buys us time, it's magic enough. Holy crap, Chiri. Before long, the last of the juice is gone. Over in the corner of the stage, I see 6 more huge containers, all likewise empty. Holy crap. It's shocking to think that she may have drunk all 7 of those things dry. The audience erupts into sincere applause, like they've forgotten what they've originally come here for. Chiri comes back to the break room, possibly drenched in sweat. I think I should have stuck to doing imitations for a little longer. No, that was fantastic, Chiri, Mr. Yagashita says. Just fantastic. Thanks to you, we've had enough time to get the Burning Hammer back. He bows profusely. Alright, now for the main event. Wait, who's this guy? Chiri, go out there and guzzle down some Burning Hammer. Get yourself all drenched in sweat. Got it? Aye aye, boss. And Tama? Just go up there, smile all big, and say, "This helped me lose weight a bunch, too." Wait, this helped me lose a bunch of weight, too. Got it? Got it. Good. Now then. Yanagashita gestures to a man I hadn't noticed before, who's been waiting quite quietly nearby. Of course. Begging your pardon, miss. It's a service rep from the rental shop, who proceeds to try to get me out of the mascot suit. Oh no! What? Really? Finally? Masamichi Fukuma, employee of Far East Costume Rentals, the only son of company president Shigami Michi Fukuma. He is one of the few people who know that Shigamichi looks like, as his father is usually clad in a rabbit costume. Masamichi had harbored a strong dislike for both his father and mascot costumes ever since the old man showed up at school on Parents' Day one year dressed in inevitable rabbit suit. Oh no. Imagining being at school and one of your parents comes in and reveals themselves to be a furry. Worst day of your life. Nonetheless, a son has acquiesced to his father's wishes, and someday he'll inherit the family business. Oh, that's odd. The rental guy tilts his head. What's the matter? Yanagashita asked nervously. Yeah, this is a no-go. The rental guy pokes his finger at the back of my suit. This here zipper? It's all jammed up. It's going to take a long time to get this thing off. Oh no! What the hell? Mr. Yanashida clutches the sides of his head. The rental guy tries tugging at the costume from various angles, hoping to free up the zipper. But like he said, it's no use. Meow? The rental guy's eyes widen at a sudden sound of cats mewing. Where did that come from? Was that you? He looks at me confused. Did you hear a cat meowing? Yes. What are you? No, not me. I'm as surprised as he is. Must be hearing things. Mr. Yanagashida and Chiri don't seem to have heard anything. Bah! Yanagashida is fuming. Just my luck. I finally find a cute model and the crowd's never going to see her. Hey boss, Chiri says. The customers are going to leave you if you keep them waiting much longer. What do we do? Want me to go out there and do some more impressions? Chiriko's repertoire of impressions. A sea lion yawning. A harbor seal hailing a harbor seal hailing a cab? What? A walrus reading sutras. What? A fur seal who can't reach the itchy spot of its back. And a stellar sea lion taking a nap. Why is all the sea lion stuff accurate, but all the other seal stuff in walrus is maybe not as accurate? No, we don't have any choice. Tama, you're just gonna have to go out there dressed like that. Are you sure? I ask. If those people go home, we're done for! He exclaims. Just get out of there and get started. I'm counting on you two. Oh no, this can only end well. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Oh, now they're staring. Daggers. Chiri and I spring into action on stage. But now I'm proud to introduce you to the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. The latest product from the West that has taken the diet world by storm. Every seat in the house is packed. That means there's about 40 people here. We only need to sell 5 bottles to each customer in order to sell out. Oh, good luck with that. I'm hit with a sudden jolt of motivation. Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary diet drink works its magic, Chiri begins. The plan is for me to describe how the drink works, then Chiri will demonstrate it with a taste test. All eyes are fixed on us. I begin. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. Astonished gasps rise up from the crowd. Just take a look at this marvelous red liquid. Even looking at it makes you feel like you'll be shedding weight, right? Here's how Burning Hammer works. It activates a capsaicin found in chili peppers. Wow. Primary component of chili pepper said to be effective for improving blood flow and stimulating burning fat. Because it is a severe skin and eye irritant, it is also an ingredient in some forms of pepper spray for personal defense. Note. I pause to take a deep breath before continuing. And rapidly breaks down the triglycerides responsible for causing obesity. Though the term is frequently used in recent years to simply refer to the state of being overweight, obesity in the clinical sense is a medical condition involving interrelated health issues including excess body fat, hyperlipidemia, and hyperglycemia. Individuals suffering from obesity are at high risk of complications such as coronary heart disease, diabetes, and sleep apnea. Again, the crowd hums with excitement. This response is better than I could have hoped. We're off to a terrific start. And now, this young lady here will demonstrate Burning Hammer's effects before your very eyes. Chiri steps into the spotlight. Just wait till you see how much she sweats. Proof that the fat is being burned right there on the spot. Chiri holds a bottle of Burning Hammer up high. Cheers, she says. As she opens the bottle, however, one of the women in the front row speak up. Hold on, she's already sweating pretty hard. She's right. Chiri's drenched in sweat from head to toe. Another woman chimes in, suspicious. Allah, that juice drinking from earlier. That was all just to make her sweat like that, wasn't it? All of a sudden, the crowd is in an uproar. No, not at all! Drinking Burning Hammer makes you sweat way more than this. I rush a towel off Chiri's sweat for her. Go on, hurry up. Drink it down. Chiri's face screws up unpleasantly as she gulps down the bottle. And the sweat doesn't come. Gah! Why is it working? I exclaim, the audience momentarily forgotten. I guess I've already sweated out too much, Chiri replies, unfazed. Well, why were you sweating so much? Because she was doing a bunch of stuff? Look! You were taking forever at the 100 yen shop. The crowd shifts from an uproar into a riot. Did she just say 100 yen shop? Scowling customers begin to close in. No, that's not it. You've got it all wrong. Please just listen. Oh, we can see what's going on here. The situation has gotten out of control. Look, this product's so valuable that 100 yen shop's the only way we can get it. Uh-oh. I think I just put my foot in it. The customers glare at me, their eyes bright with rage. Let me apologize, asking for forgiveness seems to be the only option. Kidding, it was only a joke. Try to play it smooth. Hunk of lamb chop is a clumsy way to force it off, but it's my only option. Hunk of lamb chop. Oh, okay. I don't know what that is, but we'll go with this. Hunk of lamb chop. It's a clumsy attempt to force it off, but it's my only option. She said hunk of lamb chop, I repeat. Meaning that Burning Hammer is just so incredibly filling, having just one tiny bottle will feel like you've eaten a hearty, big, meaty meal. Yeah, that's what she meant. Aha, sneers one customer. Sure. Do they really sell this at the 100 yen shops? Rats, we didn't manage to distract them. 100 yen shop? Huh? What's that? Answer me! Do they really sell these at the Look! I cry. It's a chupacabra! I thrust my arm out to point, only to accidentally catch one of the attendees in the head with my fuzzy fist. The woman lets out a muted groan and sinks to the ground, unconscious. Oh no. The rest of the crowd stares at me, stunned. Whoops, I murmured. Tama! Shouts Mr. Nishida, rushing out to the break room. What the heck are you doing? Abort! Abort! He howls. If you let these people know the truth about this stuff, they'll never buy it! Uh-oh. Now you've done it. Chiri doesn't hesitate to point the finger at him, her stare ferocious. Whoops. Realizing what he just blurted out, Mr. Yoshida is aghast. Now there really is no saving this. The customers descend upon Mr. Yoshida, their wrath a terror to behold. So then it is true! What the hell are you trying to pull? I can't believe you're trying to sell this crap for these prices! Oh no. The throng goes on the attack. Help! Chiri and I force our way through the angry mob, hoping to find some way to calm these people down. Cursing and profanity fill the air. The shouts are accompanied by merciless one-handed slaps. Oh no, is this a bad end? I get all jostled and jumbled about. My mascot costume takes a bad beating. A bad end? Finally, the storm passes. Oh no. Where's Minarakawa in all of this? I guess we have to jump to him later. Well, we're not getting paid today. It's over. It's all over. Mr. Nishida wails to the empty room. So, boss? About getting paid. Even Chiri seems hesitant to ask. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, obviously. Yanagashida doesn't so much as look up. His shoulders slump further in defeat. I'll take payment in kind then. Mind if I take this burning home with me? Burning hamburger home with me? Yeah, sure. Yanagashita says lifelessly. Go right ahead. Alright, I'll be off then. Later, Tama. Cherry picks up the cardboard boxes and heads out. Sir? It's the man from the rental place. I believe you still owe me for the costume rentals. Oh, right. How much was it again? Mr. Yanagashita rummages in his pockets. Well, given the severe damage, I'm afraid I'll have to add the full cost of the cat suit to your bill. Your total comes to 200,000 yen. That is a freaking lot. Was that? 200? 200 yen? No, sir. 200,000 yen. Sorry, I can't hear at all. I think I might have ruptured my eardrums. 200,000 yen, sir. Okay. Yanagashita takes all the cash he has in his wallet and hands it out reluctantly. That's only 20,000 yen, sir. The rental guy furrows his brow. I'm afraid this won't cover it. I understand that, but I don't got no more than this. Don't got no more? Sir, please, you're not a child. Then give me a discount. Make it 20,000. Instead of the 200 you owe. You know I can't do that, sir. But Mr. Yanagashita refuses to back down. Ah, that's right! Insurance! I got insurance in the event that suit wound up damaged. No, you didn't. No, I did. No, you did not, sir. No, I did! Then where's your paperwork to prove it? Yanagashita calmly claps a hand to his chest. Right here. The paperwork here, inside my heart. The rental guy clutches the sides of his head in exasperation. And believe me, I feel his pain. You know what? Never mind. I'm going to leave this to my boss. Shigemichi Fukuma, president and owner of the Far East Costume Rentals, notable for the fact rabbit costume. To Shigemi, his costumes are like his children. If he were to hear that one of his suits had been ruined, he would probably never forgive Yanagashita, adding to the man's already considerable list of enemies. Turning his back to the ruins of the sales demo, he slumps his way out of the room. Yeah, I think it's time to run out of the country, is what I'm thinking. Now it's just me and Mr. Yanagashita. Please try not to let this get you down so much, sir. I say as cheerily as I can muster. Cheerfully. He's already down on the floor, a sobbing mess. You wouldn't know what it's like to feel so utterly hopeless. I think I might have an idea, sir. In fact, I'm sure of it. I am stuck in this cat costume. At this point, there's nothing more I can possibly do. He slumps forward, trembling like a willow tree. Things will turn around soon enough, I'm sure. You don't know me like I know me, he says. There's not going to be any turnaround. Not after this. Okay, now there's a little pity party. Now that this little pity party is starting to piss me off. You know, if you think you're the only person who's had a run of bad luck, you are dead wrong. I wind up shouting the words louder than I intended. Mr. Yanagashita whips his head back up. Yikes, where'd that come from? I need to tell you something. My pent-up emotions come surging to the surface. I have amnesia. Wait, did she actually have amnesia from the beginning? I don't remember that. Yanagashita's eyes go wide. What? I can't remember anything from before this morning. In short, amnesia. Amnesia can have a variety of causes. Psychogenic amnesia is caused by stress or psychological trauma, whereas in endogenous amnesia, a powerful blow to the head causes physical trauma to the brain. In the latter case, the memories and other normal functions frequently return once the cranial nerves recover. Huh. My name, how old I am, where I live, any of it. I would much rather be in your shoes, sir. Mr. Yanishida looks at me with a hint of disbelief. So where'd you get the name Tama then? I thought of it when I saw the tamagoyaki in those lunchboxes. Aha! Tamagoyaki. Tama. I get it. He claps himself on the thigh as if he's had some big eureka moment. But wait, how come you lost your memories? Well, I don't know for certain, obviously. I don't remember that. But I'm pretty sure I took a hard blow to the head. When I came to, I was inside of a storehouse with a massive headache. Oh no, is Tama the sister that got kidnapped? Are you serious? A storehouse? This has got to be the missing sister. The kidnapped sister. A surge of vertigo washes through me as I recall waking up in that strange, dim place. Yeah, I had just gotten out of there when you flagged me down, sir. Huh, really? So it is pretty unnerving then, not knowing who you are? He sounds like he's taking me seriously now. Yeah, it sure is. But it's not going to do me any good to just fret over it. And besides, I've got a clue. What sort of clue? There's a necklace I saw at a knick-knack shop. The same place I found the burning hammer. Someone I know that is important. Someone I know that's important to me. And so you took this job so you could afford to buy it? I nod. Of course. Now that the job has ended in a total bust, I've lost my shot at getting it. Okay then. Mr. Ganshida removes his shoe, then yanks out the insole. This here really is the last of my money. He pulls out 20,000 yen and adds it to the other 20,000 from his wallet, and thrusts it all towards me. Here you go. That includes the reimbursement for the burning hammer you picked up. I plucked up 2 of the 10,000 yen bills with my fingertips. I didn't actually have to pay for it, so the 20,000 we agreed upon is fine. I didn't actually have to pay for it, so the 20,000 we agreed upon is fine. But how about you, sir? Are you going to be okay? Like, after all this? Compared to your misfortunes, mine are nothing. They might send me up the creek without a paddle, but I'll bounce back up somehow. I'm sure of it. And then, clutching his fist, Mr. Ganshida sets out a far-off look in his eye. And then one more time. I'm gonna go see a bride fight. A bride fight? My jaw nearly drops. Bride? Like the martial arts pub? Wait, you know about Bride? Man, I've spent so much money at that place! Wow, it is a small world. Especially that Miku. I wonder how much she's made me spend. Miku, huh? We met Miku. I'm pretty sure I just accidentally forced her into retirement, but I decided to keep quiet on that front. He nods. To be honest, the reason I borrowed all that money was to pay my tabs at that place. And I had to borrow from some shady sources too. I can't help but suspect that this poor guy got a real raw deal. Why don't you take that mascot costume with you? Huh? I mean, I don't really need it. No, I insist. Take it... Huh? I mean, I don't really need it. No, I insist. Take it with my blessing. Sure. I'll be on my way then. Yeah, I think this whole game is comedy at its core. Out in the hallway, I passed by the man I recognized earlier. The one I didn't recognize, and we can't jump to it yet. Apparently. Odd. The sales demo's over. I wonder why he's still here. I give him a faint nod, and he nods back before slipping into the demo room. I should keep my fingers crossed for the guy. At last, I'm back outside the building. I feel bad about not returning the cat suit to the man from the rental place. Still, I can't just walk around wearing this thing. I'll stick out like a sore thumb. I figure it's best to just leave it behind. Then it dawns on me. Hold on, I still can't get this thing off. It's time I skin this cat. Oh no, really? Failing the demo is a canon event? Time to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. It's not worth the struggle. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. I figure I'll head to the knick-knack shop as is. If she is who I think she is, this might be a bad idea to skin the cat. I guess let's go to the knick-knack shop as is then. I guess this cat's staying in the bag. A popular folk etymology asserts that the expression, let the cat out of the bag, comes from the unscrupulous practices of certain farmers, who would sell a pig at market only to deceive the buyer by surreptitiously swapping out the purchased porker for a cat. The likelihood of anyone mistaking a cat, even one inside a bag, for a pig is, however, extremely low. Let alone the likelihood that enough people would fall for such a scheme to warrant a phrase referring to its entering the language. I'll figure I'd head to the knick-knack shop as is. Oh wow, we actually get a keep out with that? Interesting. I guess let's go to Minorikawa and what the heck? We haven't gone through anyone yet except Minorikawa and her. The man was getting seriously flustered. I just know. I wanted to get folks to see a little magic show first. Nope, try again. 30 seconds left. Okay, what happened? Merchandise. Merchandise. Dagger stare. Ahahaha. Time's up. What? Shouldn't it be here? Or oh, I think we need to go further back for the. We need to go further back to trigger the keep out. For the keep out thing. Let's see. If we're gonna go further back, let's see. I think the jump would have to be made around here, I think. No, this is the Achi Endo jump, and this is this one. This is this jump. Okay. This is where we do the jump. Sorry to keep you waiting. You're late? What have you been doing? Man, I don't know. Can we jump now? Huh, I wonder why it wouldn't let me jump earlier. Ah, oops, sorry to keep you waiting. A girlish voice exclaims. A moment later, a furry figure came charging into the demo room. The crowd fell silent at the sight of a young woman in a cat costume. The cat girl panted visibly. Her arms were loaded with cardboard boxes. You're late! The event organizer snapped. What the heck have you been doing? Grabbing the newcomer by the one paw, he vanished with her into the back room. The chubby-cheeked girl wrapped up her magic routine and hurried after them. The audience stared at the now empty stage in confusion. Several minutes passed before the organizer reappeared. Ladies, I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, he called out. But now I'm proud to introduce to you the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. Ah, so this is what it looks like from the other side. At his signal, the young woman and the cat appeared on stage. Now allow us to explain how this revolutionary new diet drink works its magic. Oh, that was cheery. Works its magic, the young woman exclaimed cheerily. The cat nodded and threw out her arms. The first time in human history. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. And with that, the sales demo was underway. A good 25 minutes behind schedule. 5 minutes into the presentation, things began to go awry. An angry clamor filled the room. What the heck are you trying to pull? I can't believe you're actually trying to sell something like this. The outrage had been triggered by something the young woman said on stage. She'd inadvertently let slip that Burning Hammer was the sort of thing you could buy at a 100 yen shop. The would-be customers were furious to learn that they were about to be played for suckers. Most of them had immediately tried to storm out of the room. Now the organizer, the full-figured young woman, and the girl in the cat costume were at the door, doing their best to hold back the tide. Things had gotten pretty interesting, really. Minorukawa pulled out his digital camera and started firing off snapshots of the angry crowd. Some modern digital cameras come with a remarkable ability to automatically trigger the shutter when the subject smiles. I don't think I've ever seen that yet. This function also works if the camera is presented with a TV or photo image of people smiling. There are even cases of cameras recognizing faces in the wood grain of ceilings. After all, if we can make out faces in the wood grain, then when we're gazing lazily up the ceiling, we can't fault the camera for doing the same. Unfortunately, their frenzy was so intense that he was soon caught up with the flow and pushed out of the room. Fine, I guess I'll just need to do some interviews instead of getting pictures. Excuse me, he asked one woman. Would you mind if I asked you some... Shut your mouth! Would you mind telling me a little bit about... Don't you talk to me! Could I get a word? Unbelievable, just unbelievable! The women were so enraged that Minorukawa couldn't get any of them to give them the time of day. Well, that happened. That explains why he wasn't around. Before long, the entire crowd has surged out of the room and departed. Well, guess I've got enough to go do a write-up at least. Though it would be nice to get a couple of quotes from somebody. He decided for an interview with a man who'd organized this fiasco. How did the guy feel, for instance, about this product scam falling through? Is another keep out? Heading back into the event room, Minorukawa passed by the cat mascot. Oh, we're doing a jump here? We're doing a jump here? Okay. We're just tossing between the two of them. What the heck? The man. Jump to jump to jump. Okay, slip back. Alright. Keep fingers crossed for the guy. Back in the costume, back in the building, rental place. Just leave it behind. No. We don't skin it off. Cat is staying in the bag. The cat is staying in the bag. What was the condition here? I don't think I don't think it actually says. I guess we gotta jump back? What the heck? Alright, I guess jump back to Minorukawa. Again. It's like jump, jump in a very dramatic fashion. Heading back into the event room, cat mascot, the cat gave him a tiny nod and walked off without a word. He couldn't see the face of the girl inside the costume, but she seemed genuinely dejected that Burning Hammer had been a bust. Hey, I'm Minorukawa, freelance reporter. I was wondering if I could have 5 minutes of your time. The organizer sat alone in the midst of his ruined displays. Oh, it's you. The man's voice had lost all of its earlier punch. Here, my credentials. Minorukawa handed him a business card. The man introduced himself as Yanagashita, The mimic and Minokawa got right down to business. So your sales demo is over, Mr. Yamashita. How do you feel right now? How do I feel? Well, tomorrow is another day, I guess. Minokawa was impressed by the guy's candor. I'm a little surprised to hear that, he said. I figured you'd be more disappointed. Oh, I'm plenty disappointed. I took a big gamble here to repay my debts, and I lost. Yanagashita didn't seem to be trying to hide anything. Debts? Minokawa asked. There was a girl I was in love with. Miku. Yanagashita said. I wound up spending everything on her. He stared wistfully into the distance. Ah, interesting. Minokawa said. You wouldn't be the first man to go on such lengths for a woman. Yeah, Yanagashita said. I suppose not. A rueful smile crossed his lips. This guy didn't strike Minokawa as some dyed-in-the-wool scam artist. But I decided that it was time to stop feeling sorry for myself. Yanagashita went on. There are plenty of people in the world who have it way worse. You know? You got that right. Minokawa nodded in agreement. So I just figure, well, as long as I'm still alive, maybe another opportunity will come my way. A more earnest smile broke through Nagashita's forlorn expression. Minokawa wished Toyama could have been there to see this fellow. I have a friend who is in an incredible amount of debt myself, Minokawa said. He runs a publishing company, but there was a big mix-up with the scratch cards in his magazine and... Scratch cards? It's not important, really, Minokawa said hurriedly. Letting more people know about the whole scratch card fiasco certainly wouldn't do Toyama any favors. Anyhow, that is a terrible thing, Minokawa nodded sagely. Oh, by the way, this is unrelated, but... Are you familiar with a group called SOS? Apparently they're legendary, some legendary street gang here in Shibuya. SOS? Yanagashita shook his head. No, never heard of them. Guess I'm not gonna get any leads on that case here. Minokawa wondered if there was anything else worth asking this guy. Maybe Yanagashita will be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. Nothing really came up? Maybe the Shibuya Now survey. Yeah. Taking a little bit of the burden off Chiaki seemed like a good idea. I have another question. How do you feel about your life right now? Huh? How do you feel about your life? Your products aren't selling. You can't repay your debts. And yet you still refuse to give up, believing opportunity will come your way. How do you feel about all that? Yanagashita paused and thought. The smile on this guy. I'd say I'm a pretty lucky guy. Minokawa was taken somewhat aback by that response. I haven't been able to sell any burning hammer, and sure, I can't repay any of my debts. But even so, Yanagashita looked Minokawa right in the eye. The two cute young girls I've got working for me have stuck with me through thick and thin. Sometimes, maybe you just need to be content with something like that, you know? Maybe the debt repayment are the friends we made along the way, except neither of those happened. That was refreshingly forthright. Minokawa was surprised. And I mean, so what if I got debts? Yanagashita went on. In the long run, none of that matters. Not really. Except, there was a knock at the door. Oh, excuse me a moment, Yanagashita said. I wonder who could that be? He opened the door and his face froze. Damn! Wasn't quick enough. Mr. Minokawa? Yes? You'll have to pardon me. I've had a little something crop up here, so if you don't mind. Oh, sure, not a problem. I've got other interviews I need to get to anyway, so I'll just... But Yanagashita was out the door before Minokawa could even finish. Who opened the door? Stepping out into the hallway, Minokawa could faintly hear voices from the adjoining demo room. It sounded like Mr. Yanagashita and two other men.
Minokawa couldn't make out of any words, but he could tell they were arguing about something. It was probably some consumer complaint against one of his products, or an issue with a client company. Something along those lines, or it could be about the debt collecting. Man, people who run companies sure have it rough. You hang in there, Mr. Yamashita. Nah, he's not. Oh, perfect timing. Oh, wait, this guy. Minokawa stopped short as a familiar voice called out to him. It was the man he'd spoken to earlier that afternoon about the surveillance cameras. Hey, come here for a second. The man waved him over. Ah, what is it? I'm real busy right now. I got a scoop for you. Saw it with my own eyes. Minokawa raised an eyebrow. Give me the details. Okay, so a little while ago, I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone who looked like a detective. A foreigner in handcuffs? Had there been some kind of international sting or something? Whatever the case, it wasn't such a rare thing to see. Where was this? Just over there, behind the police station. Minokawa furrowed his brow. A suspect arguing with a cop outside a police station wasn't all that weird. Still, he had a feeling he was missing something here. Well, the big thing is what happened afterwards, the man said. Afterwards. The man leaned in conspiratorially. Is that even a word? The detective undid the guy's handcuffs and let him run off. Whoa, what? I'm telling you, man. He had to have been like a bribe or something. A bribe? That seemed unlikely. I swear that's what it had to be. There was some wheel greasing going on. You're not making all this up, are you? Minokawa asked. He regarded the man coldly, but the guy still seemed quite legitimately worked up. It's all true. Please, you have to report this to the police right away. Hey, Jinji, welcome. We're in the middle of Minokawa finishing up with a sales demo, and now this guy stops him. The guy that we've seen so many times randomly throughout the entire game. Why do I have to? Minokawa asked. If you have a tip for the police, go give it yourself. He didn't quite manage to stop himself from saying that out loud. No, I can't. I'm no good when it comes to police. Besides, they're never going to believe someone like me. Okay, so maybe he had a point there. But you're some world-class reporter, right? The cops will totally take your word over that of a random nobody. Minokawa didn't have time to debate the point. It was easier to just make the call. He phoned up the police to leave a tip. The man bowed repeatedly, looking pretty grateful. Oh, thank you so much. I haven't been able to get any business done with those scary thugs around. What thugs? What line of business are you in anyway? What? The man suddenly went pale. Whoops. I gotta get going. That was suspicious. This is the guy that runs a second-hand goods store. But for some reason, he's hiding. I think he's hiding something. He skidded off in alarm. Minokawa was left to wonder what this guy's line of work actually was. But he had more pressing things to worry about at the moment. He hurried off in the other direction. Oh, what's going on now? Before long, he arrived back at Cafe Lautrec. The clock on the wall showed that it was all close to 2 o'clock. He had to somehow fill in 6 more pages before the loan company came to Heaven Publishing to collect. You think he actually stole them? That'll be interesting, because I mean, we did see the guy pick up stuff from the side of the road. So I would assume it's partly that, but I don't think he's the type of person to actually go into houses and steal things. He booted up his laptop. What's with this coffee shop? Said a low, stern voice. You've got no good magazines here. Oh, is it the father-in-law? Minokawa looked up. Is this guy? Oh, hey! Is that the waitress? Or that looks like a waitress. I don't think that's Rumi. I suspect he goes places he really shouldn't go to then. Pretty nervous about those cameras. No! I don't think he was nervous about the cameras. Minokawa, on the other hand, is like, hey, aren't these like invading on your privacy? And he's like, no, I don't really care too much, I guess. Older man was complaining to one of the waitresses. It was the same guy who had been yelling at his daughter earlier. Evidently, he'd been here at the cafe this whole time. Haven't you got any magazines for me to read? The man's face was a mask of irritation. Minorikawa glanced at the magazines in the rack. They were mostly geared towards a younger reader. The waitress sifted through the stacks and pulled something out from the back. Perhaps this would be to your liking, sir, she said. She held an issue of 4-star General Gossip. Don't be ridiculous, the man spat dismissively. This vulgar, low-grade filth. I wouldn't even use the paper it's printed on for compost. That was a harsh way to put it, but Minorikawa couldn't fault him for speaking the truth. The man continued grumbling as he went back to his seat. Minorikawa headed over to the magazine rack himself and picked up the Gossip. He opened the front cover and found the scratch card still inserted within. If these things were still out there, it was bad news. Toyama might end up even further in debt. Bah! Minorikawa yanked the scratch card out and tore it to bits. Sir, what are you doing? The waitress rushed to stop him, only for the pieces to rain down on her like confetti. The magazine itself is perfectly readable, Minorikawa said. There's no problem here. He strolled back to his seat and gazed at his laptop screen. It still hadn't finished booting up. In the meantime, he decided to give Chiaki a call. Wow, that reflection. He picked up right away. Hello? Minorikawa asked. Hi there, good to hear from you, Chiaki replied. How's progress? Oh, how's progress? I did it! Chiaki said, her voice now overcome with emotion. I managed to get people to hear me out. Of course you did. You got your pointers from me. Yes, I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Mino. Her mood had done a complete 180. Minorikawa allowed himself a little sigh of relief. Okay then, he said. Head back to the editing department and put together an article for me. You got it, sir, Chiaki chirped in reply. I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end. I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end, Minorikawa replied. Told her. Probably Mino-san. It's kind of an unprofessional thing. I'll use the DTP to slot your piece into the right spot of the layout. What's a DTP? Desktop Publishing? Refers to the process of editing manuscripts layout on a computer preparatory to send. Oh, okay. So it's like a thing where they put their reports in, so you don't have to like actually hand it personally. Also used to refer to the software used for creating such layouts. Creating layout data that is ready for printing but not has actually been printed yet is sometimes also called DTP. Sure thing. Minorikawa hung up, then rolled up his sleeves. Wow, fancy. He sure was towing a pretty narrow line today. The Burning Hammer event had kept him a little longer than anticipated. Now he needed to clean up his copy as soon as possible in order to stick to his schedule. When he turned back towards his laptop, however, he froze with shock. Shock? What? His laptop monitor was still black. A still black empty screen. There's no way it would take this long to finish booting up. Oh, it couldn't be. No. Don't let it be true. It's just probably the battery. Don't worry about it. Had his computer decided to pick now of all times to give up the ghost? Minorikawa felt the blood drain from his face. Even in a visual novel, computer issues are a problem. Don't tell me, to be continued? Oh my gosh, it's to be continued. This is where it's to be continued is? Really? After all of that? Huh. Okay. Put your hands up to your face, scream style. Wow. Anyway, we've been going back and forth this entire stream so far with Tama and Minorikawa for some odd reason. I think I went to Kano's route a little bit and I got a quick bad end. So we were bouncing back between Minorikawa and Tama and haven't touched Aichi or Osawa yet. But I think there's a jump from Minorikawa to Tama. So we're gonna check that out before we go to anyone else. And also before we continue today's stream, I'm gonna need to get a little something from the kitchen. So be right back really quick and take a break, restroom break, whatever. Be right back. Alright, I am back. Sorry for that. I had to check up on a few things. I forgot to take the trash can in from earlier. Around my place, I'm kind of required to like use the valet trash, and I really hate it. It's like it's an extra service I'm paying for, and I have no option to like opt out of it. And it's like, I just want to do it myself. And I can't leave the trash out, so had to take that in, get something with a little bit more calories, because I'm actually getting a little bit lightheaded. I don't want to worry you guys, but a little bit lightheaded. Yeah, valet trash. It's a thing with some apartments where they actually put an extra charge on your monthly bill to like take the trash for you. And what do you call this? They add the bill to your rent basically, and it's not really that expensive, but it's still a thing I don't want to pay for. I do kind of admit though, if you live like up on higher floors, it's useful, and also the trash cans around there are very, very far away, so it's like a little difficult to get to. So it's kind of nice sometimes, but also a little annoying, because if you don't do certain things, they will fine you for not doing the trash properly. Haven't been fined yet, thankfully, but who knows. I have been munching on a little bit of cheese here, but I think it's because I wasn't able to. No, it's not that I wasn't able to. I think I didn't really get that much sleep last night. I'm not exactly sure why, but I'm okay now though. A little bit of adrenaline from the game should handle it. Anyway, let's get back into this. And we were at Minorikawa. We got to be continued there, but there is a jump. Here's the funny thing: there's a jump between Tama and Minorikawa on the same spot. I don't know if this is something like if I had to like go through Minorikawa's route first before I do the jump, or what. But we're gonna do that. We're gonna jump to Tama in this very awkward spot here. Now, I don't know if anyone's made this guess beforehand, and it might be spoiler for some people, it might not be spoiler for some people, but there was a crucial information that got dropped on Tama's route. So apparently she has amnesia. I'm not sure if she mentioned that before, but apparently she has amnesia. And she mentioned when she woke up, she found herself in a storehouse. So what does that mean? And it was only recently that she found herself in the storehouse. If you've been following this this game from the beginning, you would know there's a kidnapping. You would know that there's someone who got kidnapped the day before, but we haven't seen the other person yet. And if they got just tossed randomly into a storehouse, it might have been this particular person that got kidnapped and somehow got out. And like, what the heck? Has it always been this person this entire time? We can only guess. But everything points to probably this is the missing sister, the kidnapped sister that we've been looking for this entire time. So, let's continue then. I wonder why he's still here. Give him a faint nod. Slip from the demo room. Keep my fingers crossed for the guy. Okay, so here she is thinking about taking off the cat costume forcefully because Zipper is actually stuck. But I don't think that will be a good idea if she is who we think she is. So keep the cat costume, go to the knick-knack shop as is, and see if you can buy that pendant. Regularly scheduled PSA. If you have amnesia that conveniently removes all your personal memories, go to the police. You would think she was gonna do that, but she didn't think about that. I guess this cat's staying in the bag. I figure I'll head to the knick-knack shop as is. Alright. Wait, why is it still a keep out? Wait, why is it still a keep out? I went through Minorikawa's route. Why is it still keep out? Huh. Okay, a little confused what's going on with Tama's route. So maybe it's not Minorikawa to Tama that's preventing the continuation? It's gotta be something else? Okay, we're gonna have to think about this later. Let's check on Achi. Achi was the other person that we had to jump to Achi from Tama's route. So let's check Achi. What he's up to. And we might get somewhere. Speaking of Afroman, Afroman, Mr. Yamashita, is currently dealing with loan sharks. They finally caught up to him. So, not sure if that's gonna hurt us any, but it is what it is. The man with a cane, crooked crooked his finger, interesting, on the trigger. So last time we saw Achi, he was with Hitomi, the girl who's looking for his sister. The girl who is looking for her sister. And Achi is protecting her. However, this guy apparently knows Achi and apparently says the girl is dangerous to Achi's future for some odd reason. No idea why. And this guy, despite the cane and the supposed limp, he is able to find where Achi is every single time and way ahead of schedule. So there's a couple of things happening here. Either there's a tracker involved on someone, or this guy is from the future. I have no idea. Crooked basically means sort of circular surrounding it, bringing your finger around the trigger. Yeah, I mean, I think I got that. It's just I'd never heard of it like that before. It's a weird expression. Achi stepped in front of Hitomi, shielding her with his body. If you want to shoot her, you have to shoot me too. Oh, what happened? Suddenly, the assassin's head jerked forward. Someone hit him from behind. He pitched face first onto the pavement and lay still, revealing a foreign man standing behind him. A foreign guy? Oh, this guy! I thought we got rid of it! Wait, they're not on the same side? What? I thought they were on the same side. What's going on here? In one hand, the stranger clutched a metal pipe. The guy with the slasher smile. Hitomi, Achi asked, you know that guy? Hitomi's eyes went wide. That's the man from the Scramble. The one who told me to go to the van. Wait, one of the kidnappers? Why would he help us? I'm not sure. The newcomer fixed his eyes on Achi. Is he gonna talk? Hey man, Achi approached the stranger. I'm not sure what's going on here, but thanks for the assist. Can I come in swinging? Yep, that's what I thought. He looked so happy doing that. Whoa! The man took a sudden swing with his pipe. Achi barely managed to dodge out of the way. I can't tell if Hitomi's about to box or she is scared, but she's basically got her hands up as if she's about to like punch someone. What the hell? Once again, Achi made sure Hitomi was safely behind him. Guess I gotta let my fist do the talking. Achi quickly adopted a fighting stance. Be careful, Hitomi warned, her voice trembling. Oh, she's actually put her arms up as if she's actually gonna be fighting also. Wow. Don't worry, it's just a pipe. I'll just snatch it away from him and make him tell us where your sister is. Achi judged the distance between them carefully as he stared his opponent down. The metal pipe gave this thug considerable reach. One solid hit from that thing and Achi wouldn't stand a chance. He needed to end this in one punch. The crook sized him up for a few moments, then lunged forward to attack. Now! Counter! Achi sidestepped to avoid the incoming blow, then delivered a vicious left hook to his adversary's jaw. The man went down hard. This guy's basically a jobber at this point. Achi gazed at his fallen foe, flexing his knuckles. The thing about guys who bring weapons to fights is they always let themselves get too cocky. And look, he's got a tattoo. Maybe we can find something else about that. Oh, they actually zoom in on it. Skrill. Or does that say skill? I can't tell. He looked the guy over. The man had a tattoo speaking from his ratty sleeves. Oh, skull, thank you. It's like, what the heck? Skull? Skrill? How do you read this font? Come on, buddy, you can't clock out yet. Achi said, get up. I've got a few questions for you. He knelt down to grab the man by his collar. Oh, a gun! Halfway to his feet, the man pulled a gun from his breast pocket. Whoa! Didn't know you were packing heat. Archie took a quick step backward. The man's eyes brimmed with rage. He looked ready to pull the trigger at any moment. He didn't get the chance. The man with the cane had regained consciousness. Back on his feet, he trained his own gun on the foreigner. The foreigner quickly shifted his attention to the other gunman. Oh no, you don't! Archie darted forward and kicked the kidnapper in the hand as hard as he could. The gun went flying from his grasp. With a low snarl, the man took up the metal pipe again. It seems even in visual novels, extras don't get lines, except for that one line at the very beginning. Rather than go for Archie, however, he charged the man with a cane. What the? Archie watched in astonishment as the two men grappled. Now's our chance! Grabbing Hitomi by the hand, Archie broke into a run. So that's how they get out of this mess. But how did the other guy find them? They ran for a long time, finally stopping to rest in a quiet municipal park. As they sat catching their breath, Archie sensed a new tension in Hitomi. She hadn't said a word since their latest escape. She has to die, Archie. It's for your own good. In his mind, Archie replayed what the man with the cane had said. So, Hitomi, Archie hesitated. About what happened back there. Yeah? She sounded like she'd gone far in her own thoughts. You gotta believe me, I have no idea who that guy was. Never seen him before in my life. He must have been saying that stuff to confuse us, to trip us up. Yeah? Hitomi said again. Is that what's been bothering you? Why does she seem so happy? Huh? Now it was Archie's turn to go monosyllabic. Monosyllabic? Well, Archie, you're kind of famous around Shibuya, right? I don't know about that. Way back when he'd been the leader of SOS. Nowadays, he was just some guy who picked up trash. That was nothing to brag about. When someone's famous, it's not unusual for someone else to recognize them and know their name. So yeah, I was surprised back there, but no matter what that man may have said, I trust you. I mean, look at how many times you put yourself in danger to protect me. Hitomi sounded pretty resolute. Archie was glad that she believed him, but that raised another question. So then, how come you've been so quiet? I've just been thinking about things. Like what that man from the Scramble might be after. It was true that his actions didn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, he seemed more interested in taking out the man with the cane than going after you. Maybe there's bad blood between them? Maybe it was a case of mistaken identity. Maybe there's bad blood between them. Archie let out a little chuckle. If we're lucky, maybe they'll take each other out for us. He felt a rush of relief, reassured that Hitomi didn't doubt his motives. Regardless, though, we have to track down that blue van. The sound of a child's cry came from behind them. Oh no! She fell flat first into the ground. Oh, that's rough. Turning to look back, they saw the kidnapper rushing towards them. He had knocked over a little girl who was in his way. Oh no. Toyama can't catch a break, and also poor girl. No rest for the weary, Archie sighed. Yet again, he and Hitomi sprinted away. Do you think he took out the guy with the cane? Do you think he took out the guy with the cane? Hitomi's words came with between panting puffs. Maybe. Archie glanced back at their pursuer. What? There's two of them now! There was someone else with him. Now they were being chased down by two foreigners. I like this better when they were just running from one guy with a cane. In a one-on-one fight, Achi was confident he could keep Hitomi safe. 1-on-2 though, that was a different story. One guy might get a hold of her while he was facing off against the other. He had to make sure that they lost these creeps no matter what. Keep out! Okay, at least I know where this keep out is from. So we're gonna have to do the keep out from... We're gonna have to do the keep out from Tama's route. Yeah, so let's do the keep out from Tama's route. I think it was right about here? Yeah, right around here. Whoa, what's the deal? Something going on? A street fight! Street fight between someone in a cat costume and a, I guess, MMA fighter for a club? Yeah. Anyway, we jump from here. Not sure what this has anything to do with this, but okay. I guess they're gonna hide in the crowd? What's this guy? Oh! I see the loan sharks! Not just Japanese fighting game, but the Yakuza series. Apparently this happens all the time. As luck would have it, they soon found a crowd in their path, backs turned towards them. Excited voices rose up from the throng. Whoa, what's the deal? Is something going on? It's a street fight! A fight, as the name implies, that takes place out on the street, typically using bare hands and no weapons. Even a barehanded fight can result in serious injuries though, which is why they're pretty illegal. Achi caught Hitomi's hand good and tight. Whatever you do, don't let go. Without a moment's hesitation, he plowed his way through the crowd. Without hitting Tama and them? Emerging on the far side of the gathering, Achi saw the main road ahead. Cars were zipping past in a steady stream. What do we do? There were too many cars for them to rush across the street without getting hit. But they couldn't exactly just sit and wait for the light to change. And they certainly couldn't go back the way they came. Their pursuers were getting closer and closer. Do they? Hitomi! Achi shouted. We're gonna cross! We're turning back! No, you're gonna cross and you're gonna cause a traffic jam? And that's gonna save Kano in another story. So we're gonna cross. We're going to cross! What? Dragging Hitomi by the hand, Achi darted out into the street. Moving purely by instinct, he wove his way through the gaps between the speeding cars. Wow! When they were halfway across, a car slammed on its brakes to keep from hitting them, causing several cars behind to crash into one another. The multi-vehicle pileup plunged the roadway into total chaos. As a result of the total chaos, traffic in the nearby area will be a standstill for a while. While on their way to the Syndicate hideout, Shinya Kano and Jack Stanley have gotten caught in a traffic jam, which we cannot jump to yet. Let's just continue here first. In a matter of moments, the street was clogged in a long line of stopped vehicles. Achi and Hitomi's pursuers remained on the other side and did not pursue. Okay, that was crazy. Hitomi panted as she caught her breath. Well, you know what they say. Idle feet are the devil's playthings. Hands. It's idle's hands. It's a day ending in Y in New York. Whatever. At least they got away. Must be a common thing in New York. Not that I would know. Oh hey, what's going on here? Come on, let's go. Achi led the way down several twisting side streets before slowing his pace. By now, Hitomi was slumped and panting heavily. They haven't even gotten lunch yet. He wanted to give her some time to rest, but if they just hung around, their pursuers might still find them. He looked around and spotted a multi-tenant building. The nearest door was open. Bundles of flyers were set out near the entrance. Flyers? Flyers from Au revoir, this 22nd performance by a theater troupe, The Wandering Angels. It tells the tale of a man named Ryu, looking back on his 100-year life as a warrior. The performance features wire action as its major set piece, with Ryu and his rival Shido flying high through the air, doing battle with a magical Muramasa blade and beam saber respectively. Okay, the Muramasa blade was one thing, but you added a beam saber there, and I don't even know if this is like one of those Chinese wushu plays, but it kind of sounds like it did a little bit of that. Yeah. Okay, beam saber. Achi peeked inside and saw piles of plywood and painted lumber. It looked like it was a storeroom for a theater stage's props and scenery. We can hide out in here, he said. But... Hitomi hesitated, but Achi gave her hand a little tug. You'll be fine. There's nobody around. They stepped inside the storeroom and Achi quickly shut the door behind them. We should probably rest for a bit, he said. There was a wooden platform set up beside a large piece of plywood. Oh no, it's a gossip magazine again. Achi picked up a magazine that had fallen on the floor and spread it atop the platform's dusty surface. Here, now you can sit without getting your clothes dirty. Thank you. Hitomi quietly took a seat. We should probably turn off your cell phones as well. We should probably turn off our cell phones, Achi said. It would be really bad if they rang in the wrong moment. Wow, he's actually genre savvy. Interesting. The two powered off their cell phones. Achi took a cursory look around. It didn't look like there was any way in or out besides the door they'd come in through. There was a single window set in the wall, but it wouldn't open far enough to let them through. You think the phones... Oh. You think the phones on that may have been tracked? Possible, but I don't know how. Now, let me know if I got this reference wrong, but this feels like a very Saw moment right here. I don't know if Saw came before or after this one, though, so that's a different story. Ah! Hitomi let out a quiet gasp. Someone was outside the storeroom. Achi put a finger to his lips, and Hitomi gave a fearful nod. The window's frosted glass blocked any real view in or out. As long as they stayed quiet, they ought to be safe. Face close. Whoever was outside pressed their face to the frosted glass, trying to get a glimpse inside. The blurry visage of the foreigner who'd attacked them was dimly visible. Like the man with a cane before him, this guy was quick to catch up. The man pounded on the glass. Achi swallowed the lump in his throat. If this guy got in, they had nowhere to run. Achi turned to Hitomi. Let's hurry out through the door. We'll be fine. Just sit tight. Just sit tight. Probably more ghost-like. Got you. We'll be fine. Just sit tight. Hitomi clutched onto Achi's arm. Hard. Can I help you with something? Said a casual voice from outside. They saw their pursuer react at once, pulling back from the window. That's just our storeroom, you know, the voice added. Achi heard footsteps scampering away. The kidnapper had run off. Achi exchanged glances with Tomi and let out a tiny sigh. There were more voices coming from outside now. What was up with that guy? I don't know. Whatever, let's just hurry and get the stuff tidied up. Man, my throat's raw. Sounded like a conversation between two men. The storeroom opened and the men clomped their way inside. Tomonari Tayaka and Taro Toga, two members of the theater troupe The Wandering Angels. Takaya is a Wandering Angels star actor, playing the lead role of Ryu in today's performance of Au revoir, the troupe's 22nd piece. Last night, he slept completely naked and caught a cold, leading to the sore throat he has now. Toga is the stage director, handling things behind the scenes. He's very irritated that Shinichi Bando, in charge of the props, seems to have gone AWOL. So what are we getting? grab all those folding chairs over there.
Hey?
The producer said we're gonna need a lot more seats all of a sudden. Mr. Owara said that? Going all out for the troops last hurrah, huh? Beats me, man. In no real hurry, the men went about carting the folding chairs away. You know, if they do end up having a fight on stage, that would be a hilarious end to the story. They didn't notice Achi and Hitomi sitting silently in the shadows. Not to change the subject, but how come we're using a dry ice machine and not a smoke machine? Maybe that's why my throat's been bothering me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. Nobody's even operating it, and it's still drawing a ton of power. Maybe I think it's defective? Achi and Hitomi waited for the two men to finish up. If they were spotted, it would probably cause a scene, and worse still, it might alert the men who were hunting them. Once they carried off the rest of the folding chairs, the man closed the storeroom, hopefully not locking at the same time. The foreigner could still be somewhere nearby though, so Aji decided they should hide on the room a little longer. This blows. I want to get back out there and look for that blue van ASAP, but Achi trailed off as something occurred to him. Wait a second. Now that's weird. Hitomi looked around at him inquiringly. The kidnappers already have ransom money, yeah? Achi said. Yeah? That's right. And then they told you that your sister was in some blue minivan. Isn't that kind of weird? What do you mean? Did you figure that your sister was in the minivan by herself? Well, yes. If one of the kidnappers were with her, they wouldn't need to send me to go get her. Right, Achi said. And yet the fact was that as soon as the kidnappers had their money, they could have let Hitomi's sister out of the vehicle and just run off. There was no point in sending Hitomi to fetch her personally. A look of revelation dawned on Hitomi's face. Oh! That minivan had already left Ogenzaka, she said. And it came back while we were there waiting for it. Achi finished. He thought back to his earlier run in the blue vehicle. So then inside that minivan, there had been a bunch of foreigners inside, which meant the kidnappers had been trying to ambush Hitomi. The kidnappers didn't have any intention of giving her sister back. They were trying to get Hitomi. The kidnappers had been trying to ambush Hitomi. They told her that her sister was in that minivan to lure her to it. And the kidnappers had been lying in wait inside. Do you think they were trying to kidnap me too? That's it. Achi clapped his hands together. Then they get your let your sister go and demand ransom for you. And then they make her deliver the ransom money for your release. Maybe they'll get like infinite ransom money by constantly abducting one twin after another. I don't think it works like that. That seems a little far-fetched. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Now that she'd said so, Achi realized it was kind of a ridiculous idea. Still, what if the kidnappers really were trying to kidnap me? Hitomi said. As in like they accidentally abducted the wrong twin. You think? I mean, I guess that would have been easy to botch up. That would imply that they wanted me, that would imply they wanted me specifically and not my sister. I mean, they probably did lose the other twin and wanted Hitomi as a replacement, but now this thing comes up. They wanted her specifically and not her sister? Why would that be the case? Hitomi paused briefly in thought. Maybe you're hotter than your sister or something? Achi suggested with enthusiasm. Hitomi shook her head. That can't be it. If anything, it's the other way around. Compared to my sister, I'm just... Whoa, hey, stop right there. Achi had to interrupt her. You're not just anything. Please don't. I am. I'm just... Tears welled up in Hitomi's eyes. Why did this have to happen to her? Why not me? Whoa, hey, come on, don't cry. I'm sorry. Cheer up. It's like that song says. Don't just stand there. Wipe those tears away. That one. You know it? Is that Ayakamiki? Oh, he got something right? Yeah, that's the one. Put your hand in mine. Every single bee's a light. Huh? You know, every single bee's a light? I don't think that's what it is. He told me to let out a giggle. Everything will be alright. Hmm? You got the lyrics wrong. It's everything will be alright. Ah, right, yeah, I guess that makes more sense, I guess. Achi's mouth curled into a sheepish smile. Is it time to get out of here? Alright, I think we've laid low long enough, Achi said at last. I think we should be on our way. He was about to get to his feet when he heard voices outside the storeroom again. Yeah, that was pretty careless of us. Yeah, we definitely gotta watch it. The theater guys from earlier had returned and they sounded a bit panicked. Again? Star actor lately, in addition to appearing on their stage, he's been taking on TV drama and film work as well. The next role he's slated for is the Sun's TV upcoming suspense drama, Sumo Queen 2. They made a sequel, where he will play the referee who utters the lame line, "Looks like things are getting heavy," upon discovering a victim's dying message inscribed in one corner of the sumo ring. There's a sequel. Huh. Heard folks have been messing with the storeroom a bunch recently. Yeah. And did you hear who's been behind it? Some juvenile delinquents. Like a gang? Wow, that takes me way back. Alright, let's hurry on back. Oh, they got locked in? Should be just a sequel. Achi rushed over to the door. Oh no, who saw this coming? Actually getting locked in. He forgot about that detail. He tried turning the knob, but the door wouldn't budge. Oh come on, are you freaking kidding me? He paced frantically around the room, pulling out his hair. We're locked in! And that door was the only way in or out. Achi and Hitomi were well and truly trapped inside the storeroom. This is all my fault, Achi said. It was my idea to hide here in the first place. He bowed to Hitomi repeatedly. We're never gonna be able to find that blue minivan now. Guess we'll have to get someone on the outside to help us, Hitomi replied. Yeah, we have phones. She scowled thoughtfully. They powered their phones back on in order to call for help. The big question was who they could possibly ask. He told me, anyone you can reach out to? Mr. Tanaka, I suppose? Tanaka, right, that guy. The suggestion didn't exactly thrill Achi. He had no idea what this Tanaka guy was like. Hopefully he was a dependable sort who'd actually show up to rescue them. But somehow that thought made Achi feel even worse. Achi had someone he figured he could call, but he hesitated, uncertain. There had been a time when he trusted this guy more than anyone. They'd bailed each other out of the countless of jams. Nowadays, though, things were different. Hitomi gave Achi a puzzled look as he sat lost in thought. Right, I guess I don't have much of a choice. Achi scrolled through the contact list on his cell phone. He found a name he thought he'd never call again. Susumu. Oh, I thought we were gonna have a choice here. I guess he just calls up. Yo, Achi? Is that you? Susumu's voice was low and guarded. Look, I got a favor to ask you. I'm in a real bind here. Huh? Like, things are ridiculously bad. I thought maybe you could help me out a little bit. You seriously thought I'd help you? Susumu's words were like ice. You messing with me or something, man? Now he sounded a touch angry as well. Painful memories flashed before Achi's eyes. Right then, sorry to bug you, just forget it. But Susumu hung up before Achi was even finished talking. No dice, said Hitomi with a... Achi said to Hitomi with a lopsided frown. She looked back at him, her expression a mirror of his own. What should we do? What should we do? I guess we're back to Mr. Tanaka. Guess so. You want to go ahead then? To be continued? Or is it a keep up? Oh no, we're actually continuing. And wouldn't you know it, their batteries are still good, so no low battery nonsense here. Hitomi tried calling him repeatedly, but Tanaka did not pick up. What could have happened? She muttered under her breath. Do you think maybe the kidnappers found out that Mr. Tanaka and I have been in contact? Achi shrugged. It looked like they were just going to need to find some way out of there on their own, and maybe look for the minivan themselves. Maybe the guy with the cane will actually help this time. Achi strode over to the door and grabbed a hold of the knob. He tried giving it a good, sturdy pull. No good. Thing won't even budge. That door opens outward. Wait, really? So push? Achi tried giving it a push instead. NK security. I'm trying to see if there's an easy way to open this door. It's a metal door, which makes things a little bit more complicated. You would need a lot of force to pry it open, is what I'm thinking. It still didn't open. He kicked it. Oh ho! The door wasn't nearly as sturdy as Achi expected. I think we can make this work. He backed up to get a running start, then kicked the door with all his might. Hi-ya! Oh, it actually works? The door went flying off its hinges. Ah, man, that was way too easy. Achi stepped out cautiously out of the storeroom. He quickly scanned the surrounding area. Hey, now at least you have a door shield. There was nobody in sight. Looks like we're in the clear, he called. But Hitomi didn't come out, nor did she reply. Hitomi? She had her phone in hand, apparently still trying to get in touch with Tanaka. With a tiny sigh, Achi leaned against the wall and waited for her to finish. Well, doesn't look like it's going to have any luck. I'm going to have any luck, she said. You know we can leave now, right? Are you still holding out hope for your Mr. Tanaka? It's not that. I'm just a little worried. Oh yeah? Okie dokie then. I'll just wait around here. Okay, I'll be with you right away. Uh-huh. Achi shuffled his way back outside. Oh! Takedown! Oh crap! By the time Achi could finish processing the thought, he was already laid out on the ground. His jaw hit the asphalt hard. He bit the tip of his tongue clean off. The taste of blood filled his mouth. What the heck is this pose? It's not quite the Family Guy pose, but it's something. A moment later, he took a sharp blow to the head. He was done for. All the energy drained from his body. His mind whirled. His vision grew hazy. He began to drift from consciousness. Back when he'd run with Susumu and the others, he'd never left himself exposed to a surprise attack. There were plenty of times when he'd taken a punch that sent him reeling, only to spin away and come back swinging. This time, he hadn't even seen it coming. He never saw it coming. It was his last mistake. I guess I've let myself go soft. Achi grimaced inwardly, muttering in a voice no one but he could hear. Is it a bad end? Hitomi, I'm so sorry. Bad end? Alright, what's with this bad end? What can we do about the bad end? I think it'll be hilarious. I mean, I give them respect for not doing the Yamcha pose, but the reference would have been funny though. Things might have gone differently if Hitomi had managed to get in contact with Tanaka. Oh, okay. So we need to go to Tanaka to do this. Okay, back to Osawa then. But before we go to Osawa, we can probably go to Kano. But before going to Kano, there's one other thing I want to check. Will this do anything for Tama? Will this do anything for Tama? I don't know if it will, and I have no idea why it would. We don't get hints for this one. Let's go to Minorukawa really quick. I want to see if we can free Tama after that run-in with Hachi, and see if this does anything. Maybe it needed that. Maybe it needed that. Let's see. Try jumping again. Pass the man. Let's get to the choice. Skin the cat. Go back to the knick-knack shop. Oh, are you serious? I'm gonna try the other option just to rule out that it is an issue. Wonder if the guy was just waiting for the door all this time, or if it was really the phones. It's extremely ambiguous from what I could tell. But if I had to guess, he probably already knew. He's just that good. Maybe. This time I skinned this cat. The exact origin of the phrase, "there's more than one way to skin a cat," is uncertain and a matter of some dispute, though it appears to have arisen in the latter portion of the 19th century. It's hard to imagine why anyone would want to conjure up such a gruesome mental image. I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. I take hold of the head of both hands and yank it upward as hard as I can. Oh? Please tell me I'm not imagining things. The head feels a whole lot looser than it did before. If I give it a good enough push, then maybe... Rawr! She got it off! It comes off! I did it! I slipped out of the rest of the cat costume and gleefully abandoned it as I head for the knick-knack shop. And it's still a keep out. It's still a keep out. So let's go to Minorukawa, do the jump. I don't know. A mascot face reveal sounds really bad. Look at what it did to Chiri. Okay, cat mascot. Will this change anything for her? Or do we need something else? Alright, we'll just scroll through this. If it's not here, it's probably someone else who's blocking this. Maybe Kano? Skin the cat! Get the costume off. And if it's another keep out, we're gonna go to Kano. We'll do Osawa maybe last, even though I know Osawa, there's something with that to do with Hitomi and Achi. It's gotta be Kano. It's the only thing that makes sense. There's gotta be something with Kano. Because for some reason, Minorukawa has a red herring on him about the whole switcheroo thingy. Let me see. Where did he end up? He ended up at a to be continued. Okay, so let's go to Kano again. Right here. To the Syndicate's hideout. Last time we did this, they got to the Syndicate's hideout and they both got killed when they got there because there was a unknown someone killing everyone. Yeah. And so to prevent them from getting there, We needed Achi to make a traffic jam to continue. So now the traffic jam has been made, the car moved at a glacial pace towards the crime syndicate's hangout. Stanley pounded his fist on the steering wheel in frustration. They had no sooner set out than the traffic slowed to a near standstill. Despite the occasional lurch, it never crept above a crawl. Kano stewed in the passenger seat. The case was rapidly getting out of hand. Now he had to worry about the safety of both Maria and her sister Hitomi. Never mind the fact that Detective Tatano had also gone missing. There were too many unknowns, too many uncertainties. His unease was growing unbearable. Also, Tatano hasn't radioed in and like we can't reach him from our end either. Kuze's words kept echoing inside Kano's head. What could have caused Tatano to drop out of contact? Someone had gone after Hitomi while Kano and the others were busy trailing the attaché case. Could Tatano have been? No, it couldn't be. Kano was sure Tatano would have done whatever was necessary to keep Hitomi safe. Stanley broke the long silence. What's on your mind? Still thinking about that call from Kuze? Kano didn't answer. Look, if you're worrying about that other detective, the guy couldn't even protect one girl, Stanley continued. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. Don't you talk about Detective Tatano that way. I'm concerned about Hitomi Osawa, but the missing attaché case needs to come first. Stanley's expression remained stone cold. Kano flashed him a sidelong glare, then went back to staring out the window. A moment later, a flurry of motion in a nearby alley caught his eye. Oh, what's this? With a start, he recognized Sasayama. His fellow detective was caught up in an altercation with a man in dark clothes. Kano sprang into action, his body moving almost before his mind registered the situation. Sasayama! Flinging the door open, he leapt out of the car. Hey, wait! Stanley called after him, but Kano was already sprinting towards the fight. Ooh! The other man knocked Sasayama onto a pile of garbage. As Sasayama struggled to get back to his feet, his opponent looked down at him with a triumphant sneer. It's the guy again? Kano finally got a good look at the man, and his eyes flashed with recognition. It was a perp who'd first taken the attaché case back at the scramble. Tariq Al-Karawan. You! Kano growled. He sped like a bullet to tackle Al-Karawan around the legs. But Al-Karawan nimbly stepped aside. Kano's arms closed on nothing but air. At the same moment, Al-Karawan deftly wrapped an arm around Kano's neck. Kano felt a vice-like pressure on his carotid artery, a move known as the front choke sleeper hold. Constricting the carotid artery stops blood flow to the brain, causing the opponent to lose consciousness, also known as a guillotine choke. His consciousness quickly began to slip away. Oh no, you don't, you bastard, he snarled. Once lowering his center of gravity, he got hold of one of Al-Karawan's legs and used his shoulder as a fulcrum against it. Despite the arm still crushing his neck, Kano managed to lift his opponent high into the air, a little judo technique. He continued the movement to heave Al-Karawan up and over himself, slamming him upside down onto the heap of trash. That's a nice pose. Stanley strolled up to the aftermath of the struggle. Well, you got the brawn part down, he said. Need some work on the brains. Al-Karawan was sprawled out on top of the mount of refuse. He'd been knocked out cold. Sasayama coughed and sputtered. Kano went to help him to his feet, but Stanley stepped in between them. What are you doing? Stanley asked. Helping Sasayama. What does it look like? We need to apprehend Al-Karawan first. He's not even conscious. That's the best time to apprehend him! Sasayama can come first. He pushed Stanley aside and crouched down along his partner. Are you alright? He asked. Yeah, Sasayama groaned. You bailing me out, though. Can't let the missus know about that. Mom's the word, Kana said. He slipped an arm underneath Sasayama and helped him to his feet. I managed to find the guy who had the attaché case, Sasayama said. But when I tried to arrest him, this fella came out of nowhere and attacked me. Yeah, I mean, Stanley could do it himself, technically. He flashed Alcaron a nasty look. So here we go again, disobeying direct orders, Stanley huffed. What's the deal with Japanese police anyway? He shook his head in exasperation. Sasayama gave Kano a puzzled look, jerking his thumb at the American. Who's this guy? It's a long story, Kano said. He filled Sasayama in on the situation. Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and cuff this guy. I guess he technically can't cuff him himself because it'd be out of his jurisdiction, but why can't he just do it and say, write him up, basically? I don't know. Kano knelt down by Alcaron's unconscious body, flipped him over, and proceeded to cuff his hands behind his back. The tattoo! Kano paused. Alcaron's sleeve had slid back from his wrist. What's this? The unconscious man had a tattoo of a two-headed scorpion on his left forearm. Stanley strode over. You find something? He asked. Yes, I think this guy might be the ringleader. Seeing the image had reminded Kano of something he'd heard back at headquarters, that the head of the foreign syndicate had a scorpion tattoo. Ah. He relayed this information to Stanley. Why would the ringleader be all the way out here? It doesn't seem like a place where he should be. I see. Stanley called up Kuze on his cell. You'll be happy to know that the guy with the attaché case is still at large, he said. Apprehending the ringleader at this point shouldn't be an issue. One of your so very capable subordinates gave us a big step forward in the case here. Wait a second, Sasayama murmured. That was sarcasm, wasn't it? Stanley hung up and called over to him. Think you can escort this guy back to the precinct? Yeah, sure, seeing how very capable I am. Kano felt his phone vibrate. The display showed an incoming call from Rumi. Oh no, this again? Hello? He answered warily, keeping his voice down. Stanley had him a little on edge. It's me. Oh, it's me. It was Shizuo. Damn it, Kano thought. He did not have the time for this right now. But if he just hung up, he might be in even deeper hot water. Kano decided to have to take that risk. He hung up the phone, decided to better listen to what the old man had to say. Kano, this is actually rough. Kano, I think you might want to have to hear him out. Hello, sir. I'm afraid I'm not really at liberty to take a personal call right now, even if it is from my father-in-law. He did his best to sound apologetic. I'm not your father-in-law. Yes, of course. Sorry, sir. He bowed his head reflectively, feeling like an idiot. You really don't give a damn about keeping me waiting like this, do you? Sir, I swear to you, I feel terrible. Please, I just... Flustered, he took a deep breath and recomposed himself. I promise you, sir. I promise I'll be there. If you can just wait a little while... Don't make promises you can't keep! Shizuo's barking rebuke made Kano break out in sweat. You think I'm gonna let you off the hook just because you're working a case? This is exactly why I don't want my daughter with some detective. Great, another angry tirade. But didn't you used to be a detective, sir? Kano muttered. You watch yourself, you little brat. It's not enough that you keep calling me your father-in-law. Now you have to bring that up? Evidently, Kano had touched a raw nerve. Apparently he has some regrets about this. I don't know why, though. Ever have a dentist hit a nerve while drilling a tooth? That's where this expression comes from. I don't think I have, but getting your teeth drilled is not a pleasant feeling. You had that nerve thing happen to you? Ugh. I don't think I ever had. Thankfully, I was under anesthesia when they decided to do any mouth operations, but yeah, I can't imagine. It seems like anything he said only made matters worse. Well, you're not off the hook, Shizuo continued. I'm never letting my daughter marry the likes of you. What is this beef? His fury hitting the crescendo, Shizuo promptly hung up. Why on earth did Shizuo hold such intense mouths towards police detectives when he'd been one himself? Kano had become a detective for Rumi's sake in the first place. And now it was the biggest thing holding him back. You think his relationship could his old job hurts a relationship? Possible. Hey, come on. Let's go. Stanley's voice snapped Kano out of his daze. Grimly, he followed the American back to the car. It's like, you cannot be taking a phone call right now. I hope that doesn't derail anything, but if it does, at least we'll see it. Yet again, Stanley was thumping the steering wheel in frustration. They're still stuck in the traffic jam. Traffic hadn't let up one bit. It was starting to look like they might never make it to the foreign syndicate's hangout. Kano caught sight of a girl in a hoodie weaving her way between the stopped cars on foot. He rolled down the window to call out to her. Miku Moto... Oh, it's Miku! From earlier. Was a fighter at the cosplay fighting pub Bride, but just decided to retire after losing to Tama, the cat, in a street fight. She's thinking about what to do with her life now. Excuse me, miss? Did something happen? Huh? What do you mean? With the road, I mean. What's with all the traffic? Oh, right. Apparently there was some big accident over by the train station. That's probably what's causing it. Hello, Yasuri. Welcome. Thanks by the way. We're doing we're doing a lot of visual novels this week, apparently, including Blue Archive. So I hope you enjoyed those. Apparently, I've been on a string of those recently, for some reason. Really? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you guys are gonna be able to go anywhere for quite a while. She smiled and went on her way. Stanley gave the steering wheel another punch. Well, I guess they did say this wasn't some typical ransom case, he muttered. Kano saw an opportunity. If they're not after the money, then what are they after? Stanley kept his eyes forward, acting as if he hadn't heard. Look, Kano said, I can't help you if you keep me out of the loop. After a few moments of thought, Stanley replied with a single monosyllable. They like using that word in this game. Drugs. What? Maria's father, Kenji Osawa. Not the kind of drugs you're thinking of, apparently. I assume you're aware he works for Okoshi Pharmaceutical. I am. Nothing's been made public yet, but Osawa recently oversaw the development of a new drug. It is not uncommon for a new drug to be in development for 15 years or more, with expenses totaling to 20 to 30 billion yen, roughly 200 to 300,000 million US dollars at the time of this game, though much less now. Before it is approved, worldwide demand and sensational profits can be expected if a groundbreaking medicine is developed. Nonetheless, pharmaceutical companies are often under major pressure due to the tremendous cost of labor and equipment. Yeah, the horns aren't helping. Someone is trying to get their hands on it. Kano's mind latched onto this new information, trying to assemble the pieces of an evolving puzzle. Someone? Who? An international criminal mastermind. This foreign syndicate is merely a tool in someone else's game. Kano regarded Stanley's face carefully. He looked more cold and serious than ever. So wait, does that mean that the reason we're letting the syndicate walk around unfettered? Is on my orders, yes. I see. So the only thing you're really concerned with is catching this international mastermind? Precisely. Kano felt like he was starting to get a picture of what sort of person Stanley was. So you don't really care what happens to the girl who's been abducted, do you? Not particularly, no. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Kano clenched his fist. His hand was shaking with anger. Oh, not this again. It's been a while since we've seen one of these. Dictum number 8. When you really want to punch something, you really probably shouldn't. Kano recited the words inwardly like some sort of desperate mantra. If he didn't manage to calm himself down, he was liable to slam his fist right into Stanley's face. Outside the car, the traffic remained at a standstill. Kano chafed against a feeling of utter futility. One after another, his uncertainties came to nag at him. Was Maria still safe? What happened to Hitomi and Tatano, her bodyguard? And now, on top of all this, it struck Kano as rather careless to send Sasayama away with Alcarawan without any backup. Now that Jack had alerted him to the presence of the dangerous international mastermind still on the loose. Why would Americans care about Japanese pharma company? Well, okay, so back up with the whole pharma thing. First things first, let's remember Osawa has a deal with a American pharmaceutical company to probably get transferred over there, or because of headhunting and stuff like that. So that's one. Number 2, they made a drug, Osawa did, that's supposed to like treat this really, really deadly strain of Ebola-like virus. But the problem with that is if you give too much, it will actually kill the patient. Number 3, said antiviral drug was basically taken out from a place where it shouldn't have been and is now being used by someone else for some sort of human trials, illegal human trials. And that might have something to do with this case. Yeah. Not necessarily profits, but it's all linked together, basically. I hope I explained that well. Fighting back his fit of pique, Kano got out his cell phone. To do something impulsively out of irritation, resentment, or the like. Similar to doing something in a huff. Oh, okay, I don't think I've heard of that phrase before. Dialed up Sasayama. He wanted to make sure his partner had gotten Alcaran back to the precinct safely. Dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Osawa residence. He hoped a little more information about the family's 2 daughters might shed some light on the case. Maybe this one. He dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Osawa residence. He hoped a little bit more, okay, on the case. Alright. The detective answered promptly. Kajiwara here. Hey, it's Kano. Kano. A horrid jarring beeping was audible from the other end of the line. What's that noise? Kano asked. Sorry, hold on. I can't really hear you. Okay, go on. It sounded like Kajiwara had moved away from the source of the noise, though Kano could still hear it faintly in the background. And so could I. He explained that he was looking for more info on the Asawa girls. Honestly, Detective Kano, I thought you were more mature than this, Kajiwara said disapprovingly. Come again? Kano said, bewildered. What's with the attitude all of a sudden? You've got a little crush, don't you? Ah, come on, Kajiwara! This guy has no social cue, cannot take a social cue whatsoever, and now he's like making assumptions left and right. What? No, detective, that isn't why. You mustn't let yourself get personally attached to an investigation. Still, I was young and impulsive myself once. I guess I can tell you one thing. Kano kept his cell phone pressed tight against his ear. The 2 girls? Yeah, they look exactly alike. Kajiwara kept his voice low, as if he were revealing a major secret. But Kano knew this already. Everyone assigned to the investigation had been informed that the girls were twins at the previous night's briefing. However, Kajiwara continued, still sotto voce. What the heck is sotto voce? Their personalities are pretty different. The younger sister Hitomi is quiet and reserved, but Maria is apparently more of a busybody. Ah, I see. Kano thought back on Hitomi standing in front of the statue of Hachiko. She had indeed seemed like an introvert, though Kano had also sensed her intense commitment to helping her sister. Perhaps she was less demonstrative, but her heart certainly seemed to be in the right place. Why? Wait, who's this? Kano heard someone shouting in the background wherever Kajiwara was. What was that just now? He asked. Mr. Osawa? The girl's father. I think something might have happened. Yeah, obviously, go check on it. Kajiwara's voice was laced with concern. I should go see what this is all about. Yeah, probably. But Kano, tell me. Yes. Which one is it? Which one do you have a crush on? Dude, he's got a girlfriend that he's trying to make into a fiancé. It's not like that. Kano hung up. Oh boy. Kajiwara is a piece of cake. Not a piece of cake, piece of work. At long last, traffic began to move. Frickin' finally. The heck? Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. Why? The abrupt stop made Kano smack his head against the windshield. Hey, what gives? Look, Stanley said. He gestured with his chin. Oh, he's on the loose! Kano couldn't believe his eyes. There, walking along the sidewalk ahead, was Alcaron. Very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano shouted, already hopping out of the car. Stanley was right behind him. They crept up on their target as silently as possible, then rushed him once they were close. Wow, this guy gets taken down so much. It's a wonder he's still up. In a moment, they had subdued him. Kano used his own body weight to hold Alcaron down. What are you doing out here? He demanded. Whoa, I guess you didn't get the memo, huh? Oh, he actually speaks. Alcaron flashed a coy grin. They let me go. Let you go? I think your buddy here might have some hearing problems, Alcaron said to Stanley. I'm a free man. Kano turned and glared at Stanley. What's he talking about? No idea. First things first, get this guy back to the precinct. I'll head to the syndicate hangout by myself. Don't you think this is weird? Kano asked. I mean, what the heck is this guy doing on the loose again? What matters is that he is free. Maybe he's telling the truth about being let go. But that's ridiculous. Then I guess he must have escaped on his own, Stanley replied. In either case, your buddy screwed up royally. Now it's on you to unscrew things. None of this sat right with Kano, but the fact remained that he couldn't just let Alcaron go. He gave Stanley detailed directions to the hangout, and the car sped away towards Yogi. Then Kano headed back to the precinct with his captive, trying to reassure himself that he might learn something from questioning Alcaron that would help resolve the case. Guess we should have talked to Sasayama instead? Kano sat opposite Alcaron in the interrogation room. He'd been attempting to interview the suspect for a quarter of an hour. Yep, should have gone with Sasayama. Alcaron sat ramrod stiff, not responding to any prompts or questions. What time is it right now? He asked. They'd taken away his watch, his wallet, a small knife, and his keychain, but what about the handgun? This was the third time he'd asked to know the time. Why is it concerned what time it is? Kano asked. Alcaron gave no reply. Are you waiting on something? Again, the suspect was staunchly silent. Kano wasn't sure what to make of this, but he took a look at his watch. It's around 2 o'clock, he said. What time exactly? 2:18. 2:18 in how many seconds? Look, just cut the crap. Again with a smile. Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar. What the hell are you people after? Alcaron merely repeated his question. What time is it right now? With a growl of aggravation, Kano shoved his wristwatch at Alcaron's face. Ah, it's 2:20, Alcaron said. Okay then, that should do it. What? What does that mean? The interrogation went on for several more hours. This is a dead end. Despite Kano's best efforts, however, Alcaron said nothing more. During all that time, the case continued to develop in unexpected ways. But Kano, stuck in the interrogation room, knew nothing about it until everything was over and done. Yeah, I think we need to talk to Sasayama instead. Questioning Alcaron, bad end. Maybe letting the syndicate run free for the time being was really the right call. Someone can do something at 1340 that throws a wrench into Kano's activities? Wait. While Kano performed admirably in recapturing actually disrupted interrogation? 1340? Kano's reaction will make the investigation play out differently. Maybe this has something to do with Osawa. But let's see if calling Sasayama does anything different. It didn't say anything about not calling Sasayama. But it might have something to do with Osawa. Wait, what time is this one? 1330, 1335, 1340. Let's try calling Sasayama and see if that does anything. That might be more useful than calling the other guy. He dialed up Sasayama. He wanted to make sure his partner had taken Alcaron back to the precinct safely. Oh, he picked up. Sasayama picked up almost right away. Kano, what's up? How are things on your end? Any problems getting Alcaron back? Nah, I got Tateno taking care of him. Wait, what? Kano could hardly believe his ears. You were in touch with Tateno? He asked. He could hear the shock in his own voice. Yeah, just bumped into him over by the precinct a little while ago. Then he is safe. Kano felt a surge of relief. What about Hitomi then? Stanley glanced over at him, curious. Tateno says he lost track of her somehow. And then he got a call back to the precinct, apparently. Tateno had lost track of her? That's not like him, Kano thought. Since it was heading back there anyway, I headed our guy over to him, Sasayama said. I see. Wait. Is Tateno up to something here? That'd be kinda weird. Kano was glad to hear that Tateno was alright, but his relief was tempered by a surge of anger at the thought of what happened to Hitomi. Now I'm back to taking that attaché case, Sasayama continued. Today's my wife's birthday, you know. Yeah, okay, sure. My plan is to wrap this up ASAP so we can celebrate tonight. I've already got a present and everything. I envy you, man. Closing his eyes, Kano took a moment to picture Rumi. But Shizuo's face popped into his mind's eye right alongside her. Well, just hang in there, buddy. Even if your girlfriend is just a picture of Masami Nagahama. Again with this. There is another nationally famous actress with the same name, but it's a nationally known fact that the two are completely separate people, right? Still snickering, Sasayama hung up. Kano bit his lip and slipped his phone back into his pocket. Wait, I thought Rumi's dad was already retired. Unless we're talking about someone else. Okay, traffic. Then I guess we see the guy again. Alright, so I guess maybe this would be the better choice to actually call. But okay. This isn't the play maybe, but maybe calling Sasayama was still a good idea. At least now we know where Sasayama is, why this guy is out. And just making sure there's no other dialogue I haven't seen yet. Still bringing him back to the precinct. Okay. Okay, it's yep, okay, we can probably get out of here. Okay, so Minurakawa, we can't do anything there. Osawa's... It might be Osawa's turn, actually. Yeah, because for Osawa, we need him to get to Tatano for this part. Don't know what that has anything to do with Kano, but let's go to Osawa. This might be our last bit for today. We might not be able to wrap up this chapter, but we can at least see what's going on. I don't deserve to be forgiven for what I've done. Who's saying this? Oh, wait. Right. Mysterious injection to someone? We may have both done the same thing, but my motives, those were different. And so I don't regret what I did. It looks like it's drawing blood instead of injecting something. And yet, if someone were to ask if there was some small part of me that wanted to see the results of my research, I could not deny it. I'm guessing that's Osawa talking right now. It's a little hard to tell. Oh, he's actually got... Oh, wait, he's supposed to meet someone at the door, but he's actually going to go out? Osawa grabbed his shoes from the entryway and then headed for the back door. He didn't want the detectives in his living room to know he was going to meet with Makino. That pest Kajiwara was nowhere in sight. Now was his chance to slip away. Why is there a squeaky toy? Gotcha! Let me guess, Kajiwara put a squeaky toy in the shoes so that if it squeaked, he knows this Osawa's gonna go out. Gosh darn it, Kajiwara! You and your creepy self. Speak of the devil. Kajiwara had snuck up behind him. Are you going to go out? The detective asked. No. I was just... How could you miss that? I mean, I guess you could put on the shoe instinctively without really checking to see what's in it. Like, do you guys check your own shoes to make sure there's nothing in it before you put it on? I mean, if you're out camping, that would be a good idea. But in your own house, a cockroach could still get in there. A spider could get in there, and you just slip your feet in there. Can you imagine? And now, a squeaky toy is in there. Osawa felt something inside his shoe. Glancing down, he saw a rubber duck stuffed inside it. Is this your doing? Boots are too big to see, but I definitely noticed it shifting around. Huh. I laid a booby trap, or rather, a ducky trap. Originally, a type of lethal trap used during wartime to catch clumsy or unwary soldiers. Boobies. Oh, I did not realize that. In modern parlance, however, the term frequently signifies a harmless prank, such as setting a blackboard eraser atop a classroom door so that it falls onto the head of whoever opens the door. I don't think I've ever seen this thing other than anime, and I think it only works on certain kinds of doors. So, I don't know. Well, that's a little bit different. Kajiwara beamed with self-satisfaction. You know, you act like a grade schooler, Osawa said. Indeed, sir. I am a grown man with a youthful heart. That's one way to put it. Leave it to Kajiwara to yet again miss the point entirely. With a sigh, Osawa tossed a duck at him. Kajiwara caught it nimbly in one hand, then stuffed it right into his pocket. Oh, he appeared in Death Note? The live action one, I'm guessing. Huh. Never seen the live action. I won't tell you that you aren't allowed to leave, sir. All I ask is that you tell me where you've been, and where you plan on going. My work is highly confidential. I'm not at liberty to discuss just anything about... Please, try to work with me on this, sir. Kajiwara interrupted, getting uncomfortably close to everyone. He leaned in uncomfortably close. Do you recall what I said before? About how I appreciate it if you didn't keep secrets from me? Osawa hesitated, inwardly debating how much he should share. He decided to tell the truth. Alright, I'll tell you, just leave me in peace. He needed to keep this a secret. It doesn't concern you. I'm just gonna buy some cigarettes. He lied. I don't think he smokes, actually. I don't think he smokes. It doesn't concern you. I wonder if this is gonna be worse or... He needed to keep this a secret. It doesn't concern you. Alright, the detective said. In that case, I just have one condition. Please take this with you. A walkie-talkie? He produced something that looked like a small transceiver from inside his coat. What's this? You would have lied through your teeth. I don't know if I'd be able to, but I would definitely say just leave me. It's a bug tracker, sir. It'll beep in response to a nearby listening device. I don't need this. He pushed Kajiwara's hand aside and the bug tracker fell to the floor. Mr. Osawa, you mustn't underestimate the lengths to which these kidnappers might go. For once, the detective's face was all serious. Alright, fine. Osawa snatched up the device and headed out the door. Well, that went somewhat smoothly. Who's this guy with the car? Makino's car was parked out front. A driver stood alongside it. Osawa exchanged a wordless greeting with him, then got into the back. He found Makino reclining in one of the luxurious leather seats. Oh, there's the Makino guy. That's a gigantic cigar. Now then, Makino said. What did you want to ask me about? Lighting a cigar, he glanced sidelong at Osawa. I was hoping you could explain the situation to me, sir. Which situation would that be? So he was still going to beat around the bush, even now. Osawa suppressed an urge to shout at him. Are you the one who let the antiviral out of the lab, sir? Yes, that was me. Oh, he actually admits to it! I thought he was gonna, play dumb. Makino didn't bat an eyelid. So why had he been so coy a few moments earlier? But how? The fingerprint authentication system is almost unbreakable. Getting access to the storage area would... He trailed off as a thought suddenly occurred to him. It was not strictly true that fingerprint authentication was the only means of entry. Was there a retinal scanner? Osawa and Tanaka had both set up passwords as a failsafe in case an injured fingertip somehow prevented them from operating the scanner properly. Ah, why did you not think of this sooner? For the drama? But these passwords were 10-character alphanumeric strings. No one could just haphazardly fumble their way in. Could Makino have sent a request to the electronic locks manufacturer and asked them to unlock it then? No, that required the approval of 6 board members, and Osawa was one of those 6 board members. There really seemed to be no way of getting in without leaving any trace. You're absolutely right, of course, Makino said with a grin, as if reading his thought. I couldn't gain access to the lab without you and Tanaka. But I didn't have to. He exhaled a large plume of smoke. You remember when we released the samples for animal testing? No, it couldn't be. Osawa broke out in a sweat. Ah, but it could, Makino said. I had them divert some of the samples intended for animal testing. Naturally, that didn't leave any record of anything being taken from the lab. So this happened a long time ago, when things would go unnoticed. Osawa bit his lip hard. He couldn't help but feel betrayed by his company. But why? Makino let out a nasal, one-note chuckle. You don't seem to grasp just how valuable this thing really is. What do you mean by that, sir? Makino lowered his voice. There is a major world power out there that has already weaponized the UWA virus. You mean the United States? For a moment, Osawa thought this was just a sick joke, but the look on Makino's face told him otherwise. I've been informed that this was recently used as on a military installation in the Middle East. Within 12 hours of dispersal, there were at least 800 casualties. If you include civilians, the number jumps to over 2,000. Any evidence of the disease agent and the bomb that delivered it has, of course, been covered up. Osawa listened in amazement, his outrage that any government would commit such an atrocity not quite suppressing his excitement at discovering the virus. Wait, let me see if I read that right. His outrage that any government would commit such an atrocity not quite suppressing his excitement at discovering that the virus could be propagated by explosive means. So, on one hand, he's outraged that a bioweapon has been made. On the other hand, he's excited? What kind of excitement is this? I really hate the word excited, because it could mean any number of things. Excited that the virus could be propagated by explosive means, so like a literal dirty bomb. He felt a flush of guilt at his own fascination. Okay. The antiviral you created, Osawa, has the potential to render this weapon useless. Right now, Okoshi Pharmaceutical possesses the sole means to combat UWA. Makino's lips curled into a boastful grin. Imagine the profits! Any number of countries would love to get their hands on it. The major power in question has offered an unprecedented sum, and that's hardly a surprise. Having a monopoly on the antiviral makes the weapon itself that much more valuable. To Osawa, this was a glimpse into another terrifying world, one he had barely imagined previously. And so you want to get human testing over with as soon as possible, is that it? He spat. Makino shrugged. I explained full well to the locals that the risks of experimentation were, and they were paid in accordance with said risks. They willingly consented to infection with the UWA virus. Sophistry. Osawa huffed, nothing more. You use money to deceive a bunch of poor farmers. Come on, Osawa. Who's being disingenuous now? Makino eyed him with contempt and let out another puff of smoke. I know you, Osawa, and I know you're not really concerned for some bunch of hick farmers. All you care about is your research. The thing that's really nagging you right now is that someone went ahead and did the final clinicals without you. Oh, spare me the ridicule, sir. As a virologist, I have a moral duty to... To what? Makino barked. Go to the media with this? Do you have any idea how much money the company has thrown at your lab to keep it up and running? Osawa's lab has incurred expenses of roughly 30 billion yen in developing the antiviral medication. Okoshi Pharmaceutical spends approximately 200 billion yen per year on research and development. Osawa's work is the single most costly element of that budget. Osawa gaped. He wants to, but he can't. I do appreciate all the company has done for me, sir. He spoke so quietly that his voice was nearly inaudible. Oh, okay. In any event, Makino said, now that you know about the human testing, I can't let you go to America. How do you know about that? He insisted that I keep his planned relocation a secret, but apparently she's told her father regardless, because she is such an insufferable person. If you insist on making the move anyway, I'll use any means necessary to stop you. Makino regarded Osawa with a bloodshot gaze. Any means necessary. Osawa swallowed the lump in his throat. Sir, you don't mean... that my daughter's kidnapping was... Don't be ridiculous, Makino said before Osawa could finish. Of course that wasn't me. Nevertheless, I'll do what I must to keep you in line. Remember that. Understood, sir. I'll turn down the US job offer. Osawa heard his own voice like the thin drone of a tiny insect. He felt utterly powerless. I can't simply take your word on that, Makino said. Do it now. I want to hear you do it myself. He jutted his jaw towards the phone in the backseat console. All right, he had no choice but to fall in line. Couldn't this wait for just a little bit, sir? Maybe he could still find a way out. I think he wants to find a way out. So let's try to give him a way out. Couldn't this wait just a little bit, sir? Osawa asked. Maybe you could find a way out. You already know what my decision is, Makino said. His tone carried an edge of intimidation. Osawa didn't reply. He simply stared at the telephone. He felt like an insect who had all his legs plucked off. You need to think about your wife too. Does he care about I? Makino's words were barely above a murmur. Realizing that his boss was speaking as Ai's father, Osawa couldn't bring himself to resist further. He reached out for the phone. It would be around 10 p.m. local time for the American firm. He decided to call his contact's personal phone. The headhunter was shocked to hear that Osawa wanted to decline the position. When he pressed for the reasons behind the decision, Osawa hung up. Visibly relieved, Makino lit up a fresh cigar. Damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. Okay. Sir, there's one thing I don't understand. And what's that? Osawa's head was feeling fuzzy. The smoke inside the vehicle had gotten extremely thick. Secondhand smoke that people don't care about, apparently. If someone has this top secret information, why wouldn't they threaten the company as a whole? Why send those emails to me personally? I'm not sure. There's an internal investigation already underway. We'll find the source of the leak soon enough. At this point, though, Osawa wasn't sure. Knowing who originally leaked the info mattered much at all to him. If you'll beg my pardon, sir. If you'll beg my pardon then, sir, Osawa said. He put his hand on the door handle. Oh, there's a beep from earlier. A sudden high-pitched chirp sounded from his pocket. The bug tracker Kajiwara had given him had picked up a signal. Is that your cell? Makino asked. Oh yes, that's mine. He hurriedly hopped out of the car and reached into his pocket. The bug tracker. There's a bug nearby. Is everything alright, sir? The driver was still waiting outside the car. He leaned towards Osawa, looking concerned. Was it you? Osawa stepped close to the driver. Did you send me those emails? What? What are you talking about, sir? Don't play dumb with me, Osawa said. You're the only person who could have planted a listening device on a company car. Listening device? The driver raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you after? Sir, what are you talking about? Who told you to do it? Tell me! The driver fled back into the car. Osawa clutched the bug tracker hard as he watched the vehicle pull away. Maybe we should have told Kajiwara. I wonder. Oh, this girl. This lady. No, wrong one. This lady. He went back to his house, still gripped by the confusion, to find Ai waiting in the entryway. She must have gotten home while he was out. You were with my father, weren't you? She sneered at Osawa as he slipped off his shoes. Yes, I was, he replied. And it's over. What's over? She knows damn well what. He struggled to contain his irritation. America. I'm not going, he huffed. Oh, really? Well, that is good news. She sounded sincerely pleased. Maybe a little bit more pleased than Osawa cared for. I need to go finish up some work things, he mumbled. He hurried to his study up on the second floor. He threw himself down in front of his computer. There hadn't been any progress on the investigation, as usual. Just how long was this all going to go on for? Were all kidnapping cases this drawn out? It could be. A specialized victim support team belonging to the Special Criminal Investigation Unit has been deployed at Osawa's house. The members of this team are all specialists who have received training in such skills as negotiation, high-speed motorcycle and automobile driving, running phone traces, special communications, and phone records acquisition, but nothing about the actual kidnapping speed case. Osawa was growing more and more uneasy. He could barely contain himself at this point. Wasn't there something, anything, that he could do? He glanced over at his monitor. That's an idea. He could look up kidnapping investigations on the internet. That might give him some insight into the current situation. Sure, the internet. Kidnapping, police investigations, hostages. He typed the 3 keywords into the search field. The engine pulled up over 100,000 hits. He scanned the beginning of the list for anything that might be useful. One of the site's link caught his eye. How the police do it! It looked like a page containing information on various types of police cases. He clicked on the link for kidnapping case and began to read. I'm surprised it's not a YouTube video. Even if the hostage wound up safe in the end, the site informed him the police lost face if the culprit got away. And if the hostage were killed and the kidnapper evaded capture, the media would have a field day. This made apprehending the suspect an absolute necessity. Even if a person's life was on the line, when it came to a kidnapping case, the police prioritized making the arrest. Taking his hand off the mouse, Osawa sat back and thought. He wasn't going to be able to relax until he had heard Maria's voice again. But if the police prioritized arresting the suspect, why were they just letting things stay in limbo now? Didn't they have the crooks under surveillance? He couldn't wrap his hand around that. The internet hadn't been able to give him the info he had hoped for after all. Why would it? Why would it? Unable to do anything for Maria but wait, he turned his thoughts to how his opportunity to transfer to the US had passed him by. The research facilities in America would have been top tier. Some part of him still couldn't quite accept what had happened. He stole a quick look back at the door, then surfed for the Ayakamiki fan community for people 40 and over. Whenever something was weighing on his mind, posting to these forums seemed to turn his mood back around. He knew that now really wasn't the time to be doing this, but he needed to do something to calm and quiet his mind. He started a new forum topic. In the title field he wrote, Ayakamiki expanding into the US. With Ayakamiki still at the height of her popularity, does anyone else think it would be exciting if she ventured into the American market? I know I would. She's not the sort of artist who deserves to be confined to Japan. She should be recording to an American studio staffed by the industry's best. I'd love to see her career really take off over there. He wound up getting a little back and forth with himself. Hopefully he'd get a response from someone else soon. There's a bug in here too? A sudden shrill noise startled him so much he nearly cried out. His art fluttered like that of a young child who had been caught in some prank. Realizing that the sound was coming from the bug tracker, he pulled it from his pocket and took a few breaths to steady himself. Evidently, someone had bugged his study as well. I feel like it might be I was bugged in Minorikawa's route, but it didn't go off while he was with her dad. Yeah, it didn't go off while he was with Ai's dad in the car. It only went off afterwards. So there is something with Ai being bugged, and I'm not quite sure what that has anything to do with right now. Tracker in hand, he walked towards the center of the room. What direction was the signal coming from? He tried heading over towards the window. Same pose, different background. Here, maybe? Next, he headed over to his desk. Here, too? The bug tracker was picking up signals from all over the room. Have there been that many listening devices planted in here? If it's beeping now, how come Kajiwara didn't pick up on it sooner? Mr. Osawa, it's Kajiwara. Ah, perfect timing. Osawa hurried to let the detective into the study. The bug tracker is picking up signals. Oh, yes, from all over the room. What should I do? Mr. Osawa, please calm down while we zoom in on the house slippers right here. As if that's even possible right now. It feels like there must have been 10, no, maybe 100 listening devices in here. Kajiwara didn't miss a beat. Let me be honest with you. That bug tracker is broken. What? Then why did you give it to him? Osawa was dumbfounded. Broken, but this is the one I got from you, right? Well, yes, but mine isn't detecting anything. Kajiwara produced an identical bug tracker from his pocket. And as he'd said, it wasn't getting any signal. As I recall, Mr. Osawa, that one was dropped on the floor when I was trying to hand it to you. Yes, that's right. That must have been when it broke, sir. Are you sure it wasn't broken before then? Because I feel like it could have been broken before then. The strength ebbed from Osawa's body. He didn't even have the mental energy to be angry anymore. He gave the tracker a whack with the palm of his hand and the beeping stopped. Right, he said. What can I do for you? Kajiwara clapped his hands together as if he just remembered something. Ah, right, we have a big problem. The toilet again? Osawa sighed. No, it's not that. It's something worse. Kajiwara's face turned grim. Let me guess. Something worse. Had something happened to Maria? He needed to hear the detective out? There was no way it could be that important. He didn't need to listen to his clown. What is it this time, detective? They're out of bananas? You know, we haven't seen a single banana yet. And apparently all the bananas are tied to this guy, so it might be bananas. Had something happened to Maria? He needed to hear the detective out. What is it? Osawa asked. Go on, tell me. He did his best to remain composed. Well, you see, we ordered lunches for everyone, and it looked like there were 2 still left over, so I wound up eating them. Yes, that. What does this have to do with anything? There was an awkward pause. Osawa didn't have the foggiest idea of how to respond. My deepest apologies, sir. I ate the lunches intended for you and your wife. Kajiwara bowed profusely. And I really do need to apologize. They were tonkatsu bento boxes, and they were delicious. The meat was so tender, and the batter so crisp. With each and every bite, the rich flavor just filled my mouth more and more. Osawa felt a blood vessel burst in his skull. Listen, you. Get your goddamn act together, or... He didn't get to finish that thought. A pathetic little gurgle sounded from his stomach. Well, now the other police officers seem to be shooting him out, so maybe he is one. Somehow. Ah, I see, Kajiwara said. You are hungry. He fushed sheepishly with his hair. At the talk of food, Osawa realized abruptly that he hadn't eaten anything since the night before. Shall I make something for you, sir? The detective asked. This is all my fault, after all. You can cook? Osawa wasn't sure how thrilled he was with the idea of Kajiwara helping him. In quotes. Peace sign. You mustn't judge people based on outward appearances, Mr. Osawa. Alright, fine. Go right ahead then. His newfound hunger was making it hard for him to think. It would certainly behoove him to eat something, even a banana right now. He led Kajiwara to the kitchen. Oh wow! This is such a weird image. What's with that getup? Wear an apron in the kitchen is a must, sir. Cartoon character printed on the apron Kajiwara is wearing is one of his own design. Oh, that's his own personal apron? It is modeled after the MPD's mascot. His name is Pinpo-kun. I don't think I've ever worn a apron in the kitchen unless I was baking. But in most cases, I don't wear an apron. I don't need it. Alas, it isn't while I'm naked. Wait, what? No one wants to see, dude, no one wants to see a naked apron of you. Ever. Naked. Oh, are you not familiar with the concept of naked apron? The state of being entirely naked save for an apron, a form of cosplay. The views from the front, rear, and sides all offer a certain appeal. But caution, wait, hold on. But caution, let's see. But caution must be advised, as it may be difficult to stop arguing about which presents the loveliest sight once a topic is raised. There are similar, more sexualized naked styles as well, such as the naked sock, the naked shoe, the naked tie, naked ribbon, naked scarf, naked collar, and so forth. Wow, we're actually talking about this right now. No one wants to see this guy in a naked apron. And I didn't know there was an argument about naked aprons to begin with. Like, okay, I could demonstrate if you like. No, that's quite alright. Where'd you get that apron anyway? It's mine, sir. Have you had it with you this whole time? Yes, in here. With a smile, Kajiwara pointed it in his pocket. How did that fit there? Of course. Osawa eased himself into a chair. His hunger was making him feel weak, and Kajiwara was making him feel like he was losing his mind. Oh, this is bad, the detective said. I need to whip something up for you fast. Something's definitely wrong if you don't even have a comeback. Osawa felt his anxiety mounting. Yeah, how do you even fit that in there without feeling bulky? I don't no idea. Just what sort of food was this insufferable oaf going to make anyway? Probably nothing worth eating, was his bet. For now, he just had to pray he wound up with something edible. Maybe it was better to ask Tanaka to make him lunch instead. Okay. So we don't want Tanaka to make lunch instead so that Hitomi could call Tanaka. I got you. Since Ice Lunch probably was gone as well, he should probably ask her to make some. No. Do you have any idea how much of a bitch, actual bitch, I is? She would not cook anything. Has she ever cooked anything for you all these years? I kind of doubt it. I'm gonna have to take my chances on this guy. He seems like the best choice right now. For now, he just had to pray he wound up with something edible. Yeah, something edible. What is this? Bread? Kajiwara peered into the refrigerator. Goodness, you are remarkably understocked, he said. Let's see. Could you please put these in the dinger, Mr. Osawa? What's a dinger? Name for the sound of... Oh! A microwave. I think I might have heard dinger before, but I don't think I've actually heard anyone call it that recently. Microwave oven sound. Name for the sound with microwave oven makes when it has finished heating your food. The microwave at my house doesn't necessarily go ding when the timer reaches 0 though. It's more of just a beep. But it doesn't make sense to call a microwave a beeper when that's already a word for something else. The detective handed Osawa some frozen lumps of rice. The dinger. What the heck is a dinger? The microwave oven, sir. Osawa stepped in front of the microwave. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to work the controls. How? What? How do you not know how to make a microwave? How do you know? How do you know how do you not know how to use a microwave? There's like levels of ignorance. I didn't think it was possible. You should thaw that rice out as soon as possible, Kajiwara told him. I'm actually not sure how to operate this thing. What? The detective gasped. You don't know how to use a microwave? Osawa could only nod in silent shame. It should be as simple as turning the dial. Wait, which one? That one, sir. The one on the right. Actually, I can kind of see where he's going with this, because the microwave ovens I've run into in Japan, if it doesn't have at least 2 dials, then there's some buttons that you have to push, and it's not quite as straightforward as American microwaves. Now, Japanese microwaves do operate typically at a lower wattage than American microwaves. So if you have 2 dials on the microwave, one dial is going to control the wattage and the other dial is going to control the timer. But really, you don't need to worry too much about the wattage too much unless the instructions on the packaging say something specific. So I'm still kind of a bit of a loss here with why he's so confused on how to work the darn thing. Osawa turned the dial, then crossed his arms with a satisfied grin. Mr. Osawa, you need to put the rice in first before you do that. Well, then why didn't you say that? Osawa snapped. Yeah, you see there? The timer on the outside, I guess. I don't think that's wattage on the middle. Why is it in grams? There's a different type of microwave than I'm used to seeing. There's a fancy, dumbed down. We'll call it dumbed down. I've never worked in a kitchen in my life. Don't ask me to do things that are this difficult. It's not even difficult, sir. Very well, I'll handle this from here. Why don't you get out the bowls and chopsticks then, sir? I have no idea where the hell those things are kept. Which means he hasn't been in the kitchen at all. He just keeps getting handed stuff. If Kajiwara had just done it himself, we'd probably be done by now. Probably, yeah. Oh, jeez. We are seeing Kajiwara actually being, you know, a normal person by unclogging the toilet and also being able to cook. And we are seeing how inept Osawa is outside of the laboratory and work stuff, it seems. Kajiwara let out a heavy sigh. Alright, then please just sit and wait, sir, he said. And here, take this. Kajiwara pulled out a sheet of bubble wrap from his pocket. Use your fingers to pop the bubbles. That should help you calm down. Really? We're doing this right now? Too drained to argue, Osawa did as prompted, starting to pop his way along the sheet. Bubble wrap therapy. Rather than calm him down, though, it was making him incredibly cross. This felt more like a sort of ridiculous punishment. They say you can learn a lot about a household by looking in the fridge, you know. Kajiwara was cooking something in a frying pan. And? Osawa asked. Just what have you learned about mine? I'd better not say, sir. You might take offense. Osawa snapped another bubble between his fingers. Oh hey, there's a ding. Ah, the rice has finished thawing. That wasn't a beep, that was a ding. Kajiwara topped the steaming bowl of rice with a fried egg he whipped up in his pan. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added some pickled vegetables. Oh, that looks good. Oh, that looks so good right now. Here you are, sir. Your fried egg on rice is complete. One of Kajiwara's simple recipes. Others include his white spaghetti, which is simply spaghetti that's been flavored with butter, salt, and pepper after it's been boiled. I'm not much of a butter-only, what do you call this? Butter-only pasta person. I know a lot of people like that. But butter, salt, and pepper? Sure, why not? Both are a bit too basic to be properly called cuisine, but it does take a certain skill to bring the best flavor out of the ingredients with such simple seasonings. I love eggs. I love me some eggs. Maybe not necessarily fried. they're okay fried, but eggs are nice. Kajiwara grinned from ear to ear. Go ahead and eat it while it's still warm. Osawa received the bowl with a dubious look. You aren't very good at cooking, are you? He said. All you had in your refrigerator were eggs and pickled vegetables, sir. I assure you it's quite delicious. I recommend breaking the yolk and mixing it all together. Reluctantly, Osawa brought a bite to his mouth. That's good! The words came out almost unbidden. Isn't it just? Egg yolk and pickled vegetables pair quite well. Osawa couldn't help but stuff his face, slipping into a rapturous daze as he did. The more he ate, the more it stirred his appetite. I had no idea fried eggs could be this delicious. I know you probably have a long ordeal still ahead of you, sir. But please, keep your chin up and hang in there. Kajiwara gave Osawa an amiable smile. Right, he continued. He almost forgot about that. And for dessert, we have bananas. Oh, the bananas again. No thank you. Kajiwara grimaced as Osawa held up a hand in refusal. Right then. When you're finished eating, would you please wash the bowl? Me? Wash dishes? I've never washed dishes before. He doesn't know how to do anything. Osawa exclaimed in surprise, unlike a petulant child. If someone else cooks for you, you should do the cleaning up. It's only polite. Fine, okay. While Osawa was doing the dishes... Oh, he actually knows how to do that? The bug detector went off again. Is it real this time? Director, if you have a moment. Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Yeah? Too close, too close, too close, too close, too close. Keep out! Wait, why does it keep out now? Hold up. Man, that route felt a little bit long, but why is it keep out now? Okay, Tama's still a keep out. Achi, I think, should be free now, because I don't see the bad end anymore. We still have a bad end on Kano, so we need to fix that. Minorikawa is at a to be continued, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's done yet, because there might be some odd, weird choices somewhere to do. But it looks like our only choice to keep going forward might be with Achi. But we are not going to be doing that today, because we are right up 4 hours now, and I think there's a good place to stop. So let me get over here. And yeah, so we've been able to at least check in on everyone in this chapter, I guess we should call it. But there's a lot of confusing stuff for me personally. Mainly, what the heck are we supposed to do here with Tama? She can't seem to get past this for some reason. At least not through Minorikawa's route, for whatever reason. Even though it seems like it should be the case. Achi, we freed him, so hopefully there's gonna be some headway in that next time. Bad end for Kano, no idea. And we have a keep out in Osawa, so someone is getting kept out here, and I don't currently know who can free him from this situation. I gotta say though, that egg is not too bad. The egg is not too bad. Might actually have to use that for a thumbnail or something. Imagine you click on the next stream and all you see is egg. Because that's what we're gonna get. that's probably what actually we're gonna get. But yeah, Kajiwara, it has basically no sense of space, no sense of social distance whatsoever, or social cues, which just seems to come up again and again. But hey, so far though, I'm not sure what's gonna happen. Though I think the only thing we have so far is Tama might be the missing sister, because of what she mentioned earlier with her amnesia and where she found herself. I don't know why that would be the case. Why would they would just dump her into a storehouse? And then her finding her way out again afterwards? That doesn't make much sense to me. But alright then. I guess hopefully we can finish this next time. And we might be in for, we're definitely going to be in for at least one more chapter. For sure. I don't know if we're going to go, if there's more than that afterwards. But again, that's all going to do it for me, guys. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. This definitely is probably more of a listening stream than anything. The game doesn't make sense, but it just makes you want more. At least to me, it makes me want to figure out where the heck is this all going. But thank you all for coming. I will see you all next time. We will have some Blue Archive stream tomorrow. Tomorrow for Blue Archive, it's gonna be a bit more laid back than what we have been doing recently. We've been doing a lot of story stuff, and technically, yes, we are gonna be doing a little bit of story stuff tomorrow, but it's more like side story than event story or main story things. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me. I guess we ended on food, so I will also get something to eat. I haven't eaten anything but a little bit of cheese this morning. So I will go and do that. See you all next time, and have a good rest of your day, everyone. Bye-bye.